as an engineer, it's a talent, it's a gift. And that talent and that gift has to be managed. If not, you will not realize the benefits from your talent. And so I just want to emphasize to all of you here, those who are managers or plan to be managers, equip yourself because it's an awesome responsibility. And be prepared to be part of a team. No individual can be jack of all trades and master of none. It's a specialized industry, and you have to work as a team. Now, just before I go, there's a video that we'd like to play for you, which was, and I must tell you a story about this. A committee was set up to put together the nomination to UNESCO for reggae to be inscribed, for us to protect reggae as being Jamaican. And when I saw the presentation, the 24 hours, I think, or less than 24 hours before it was sent off to UNESCO, the manager and the producer and me kicked in. And so we turned everything upside down and start from scratch. And within 24 hours, I think, as a team, we came up with a great product. And I just want to have it shown to you now. And then after that, I'll wish you a great day. I think you're all just fantastic. And this exercise will benefit everybody, including me.
All right, so the video has started, and then we will go on to Savannah once it's finished. represent Jamaica? Oh, wonderful. Largest contingent ever of Jamaicans to Gary Festa. Thank you very much, Minister. Savannah.
Right, you're asking me about challenges in music. I guess I'll begin with the internal challenges where I come across problems with myself, especially now since I've started to gain a little bit of visibility in music. You find that a lot of people will want to praise you all the time, and then there's this excitement when somebody recognizes you, and it's a oh hi, you're amazing, you're incredible, you're this. It's like it's this idolization, and I feel like I'm starting with this because I feel like it's important for you not to, if you're going to be doing music, going to be writing music, going to be selling music, going to be sharing music with people, you can't let yourself become the primary. You always have to remember that the music that you're creating is first, like all the time, like every step of the way, no matter how good you feel about yourself and how good you feel about like a performance, or how good you felt about hitting a particular note, or I don't know, maybe it's a chorus that you thought was really catchy. It's still always first the music, what you're trying to carry across, what your message is, if it's meaningful to you, if it's not meaningful to you, how will it influence, and not you the person, not you as a God, as a object to be glorified, so that's a thing that I recognize, and it's really easy, and I realize now that that's what people talk about when they talk about fame, and fame being like this monster where it's so distracting, because it's a real thing. Like, people will gas you up and say, your body, so me see this one place, and me bet 300 US money, say, if you never bad mood, I give back the money, or some, just things like that will come up, and you just have to like hold it and just know that, okay, well, this is my purpose, this is the message that I'm trying to carry across, and this is why I'm here, and that's what I have to give. It's not myself. Like, you have to remain grounded as much as possible, because that there'll be challenges to try to derail you. So that's internally, that's one challenge, but there are others. As far as being a woman in music, if I'm being honest, I feel like I have a sort of a protection where because I've heard women talk about sexual advances from men, there are actual real gross stories about just women being taken advantage of, abused, and it's disheartening and disappointing. But I feel like I do have a sort of protection because I am associated with Protege and the Indie Collective. So for that reason, I feel like there's a bit of validity that comes with me going into a studio, meeting with an engineer, meeting with a producer, and introducing myself as Savannah, because they know that I'm associated with this group of people. So it gives me a little bit of clout. So I don't necessarily think that it's as the challenges where it comes to sexism is as staunch, and I'm really grateful for that, and I recognize that privilege. But that's a real thing. And even me having this sort of a backing, I have come across moments where I say something and it's completely overlooked. You know what I mean? Because I'm not necessarily the most hard-hitting, like, authoritative person. I'm kind of soft in the way I come across. Even if I really, really mean something, it might not seem like it. So, and I feel like a lot of people, especially since the music industry is so saturated by men, a lot of people talk very hard. It's just like, yeah, man, Virgin, fix up the track then, now give me another track now, give me I don't know, I can't really speak about that well. But anyway, basically, it's just there's a lot of hard talking. So I've found that I've had to speak up a little bit more, which I don't necessarily feel like you should have to do that. But yeah, I've had situations where I've suggested a thing in a session, and it's, I'm a part of the creative process, and it's overlooked, and then a man will repeat it. Like Pro teacher will be like, hey, yeah, so do this thing, and it's just like, all right, yeah, man, cool, I got you, we'll do it. So that does happen. And there is there's this air of like, I don't know, I think I think it's also that I'm young as well, in addition to being woman, but there's youthfulness, I guess. A lot of people won't necessarily accept your authority. Yeah, your input. Won't readily receive it, because I do have a lot to learn, and I recognize that, and I recognize that people have been there before me, and that, I have a lot more to learn than I can teach at this point. But at the same time, there's this air of like, oh yeah, you don't really get to present in this moment, and it's condescension. It's not an air of like healthy correction. It's like, okay, you're there, you're over here, you can sing, all right, you have a nice voice, but just remember that this is your space. This is stay in your lane, kind of a thing, which is unfair. I feel like that's unfair, because while I am here and I recognize that I do have a lot to learn, it's good to ask questions, and it's good to have your input like respected and like properly corrected. You know what I mean? So that's another challenge. What other challenge? In terms of, go ahead.
Add to, and I just want to say, even at the negotiation level, when it comes on to contracting, it's almost like, and I take your point about the youthfulness, but there is this persistence when it comes on to gender, though, Mikey. It really is. It's almost like, okay, because you're a woman, you do not come to the table with any power in the negotiation process. Yeah, that happens. It's very persistent in that regard.
That's true. Well, and
my experience is totally different. I mean, as managed by a woman for a number of years, and when people would call me for a thing, I said, listen, better you talk to me now, because she got me much harder. Because she was, if I asked for $10, she would ask for 20. And she's got so used to getting it, so she have that kind of, non-fear kind of thing. So, but like I said, a lot of it have to do with, you have to earn your way. I remember when I just started to work for Gussie, who is my biggest mentor in the business. And when I started to work as a vocal arranger and thing, the first couple of sessions I had with him, he had brought in Boris Gardner, and I didn't understand why, but Boris Gardner had been there. So although I knew I knew, but when it was coming from Boris, it had more clout. So he was kind of mentoring me in a way, and through the Boris kind of said, listen, this young man have it to So after a while, I didn't see Boris, and I said, I want to Boris, and he said, but let me listen to you now, man. So that's the kind of thing that it comes with age, and it comes with acceptance. I just want to speak one because I've run the creative process that you talk about. In the creative, there's a number of relationships that have taken place in studios, and sometimes it's not because of exploitation. The creative process is like a romance situation. When you're in the middle of creating a song, you go into the studio with an idea, and you're leaving home being able to play a song. It must be like giving birth to a child. Two parents are giving birth to a child. Exactly. So we fall in love, and we love this what takes place when we're in the studio, and it keeps bringing people back. But I've also seen women who come to the studio to capitalize on the fact that them wear the shortest shorts come, and them wear the tightest thing, and they capitalize on their sexuality as opposed to the talent that you want to hear. So they come into the studio and you want it, but you really want to hear some singing. It's a lot of posing coming on. And recently I was working with this young lady, and the beginner just learned the first verse. She wanted to stop if she could put a video on somewhere. And I said, no, my thing don't go so. So there's this thing about this marketing before you have something to market, and this whole, there's just this, as we had the pleasure of working with some big international females, And when you see them come into the studio, it is the most comfortable outfit, big, long, in other words, they came to work. It wasn't, I mean, marketing time is marketing time, promotes another time. So that's one of the things that we need to differentiate and establish. Listen, a studio is not a place that you go to promote anything. A studio is a place that you go to be as comfortable as you can, allow a creative spirit to take over and work. It's a workplace, not a show place. You know what I mean?
That's
Just
true.
allow,
I can
let me just allow Savannah to continue, and then I know you have a. Just
Yeah.
I'm allowing Savannah to finish, and then I will come back to you.
No, that's definitely true. And I find that in different industries, because I wasn't always a part of the music industry. I've been in music on and off now for about 9 years, since I was 16. But yeah, that's true. That's
You mean
true.
you're past 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm past 16. I'm past 16. Yeah. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You know, you do have instances of women abusing the fact that, you know, they're curvaceous or they're beautiful. And that's, I'm sorry? Abusing or using. But that's another thing I want to kind of talk about. Like, you have to, it really surprises me that a lot of people, and I find it with even like my friend of friends, my acquaintances, where they'll be like, oh, you know, I have this song and, you know, I'm really thinking of going into music because, you know, I feel like I can make it. I feel like, you know, I'm a star. I'm the it. I have the it factor. And they talk about it like it's a way to get made quick. Like it's a way to get out of doing actual work. So I find that those people that you're talking about those people that you mentioned about them coming and wanting to, you know, they're showing off cleavage or whatever else, and they you know, come all made up and dressed up and all the rest of it. I don't necessarily think that those people are serious. I mean, obviously, women should be able to exist in the space of dressing comfortably, however they feel comfortable. Maybe that's baggy jeans, maybe that is a short of shorts. But, you know, you have to, however you're presenting yourself, you have to make it clear that this work, this music, this creating is the most important thing for you. And I want to touch on purpose really quickly. Like, if I wasn't sure that this was why I'm like here on earth, I wouldn't be doing this. You know what I mean? So I feel like first, before you even think, okay, you know, will I do this thing? Am I going to be a part? Am I going to try to find a team to help back me to go somewhere? Like, you have to really think, you know, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? You know, and for me, that's where it's coming from for me. So I feel very assured in myself when I, you know, speak to anybody. And if I have a song and I you know, I feel like I've given myself the permission to feel very strongly about it and want to suggest a particular sound and wanting to take correction as well, because you give and you take. But, you know, that's very important, knowing that this is exactly what you want to do. And just in any industry as well, if it is that you're going to be painting, you know, outside of the creative industry, if you're going to be in marketing outside of music, you just have to be sure. So that's another one of the challenges. Like, you'll find yourself lost and find yourself trying to overcompensate in, you know, maybe it's you be talking too much, maybe it's you wearing something too short, or maybe, I don't know, you just end up in the wrong space at the wrong time. Maybe you get misled into smoking a lot of weed all the time and just being depressed, and, you know, so you really have to be sure about your direction first. So that's
Thank you
another
very
thing.
much for that. I mean, I think it underscores so much of what we've heard on this panel this morning, that the clarity inside of yourself is where the challenges begin first. You know, really and truly, thank you very much for that, because you started off by talking about the personal challenge of even just existing inside of yourself and dealing with that celebrity factor, that people will blow you up. I mean, the term she used was gas you up. You know, but just as how you can be gassed up, there's that pin ready to burst that bubble at the next minute. And if you have no confidence in yourself, if you are not clear about your purpose, if you don't see where you're going,
You know, people are
then
fickle.
yes.
You can't attach your worth to anything that anybody says.
Carlene, you wanted to make a point.
I just wanted to emphasize what you said, and what you said, what all of us have been saying, is that You know, we're in a market called show business. And I was told from early that 90% of the industry is business and 10% is show.
Absolutely.
And so clearly we have to now understand the business of music, even though we are not the ones that are going to be the front end of the business. But it's important to understand it so that when you do hire a marketing company or your business manager, you will know what your business manager is about and you can share it. A good example of that is Usain Bolt and his management. Clearly, they have an understanding, but you have to understand the business to hire somebody, to be able to see what's in them to run your affairs, you know, so very important, and the whole marketing aspect of it.
I also want to add to your point, as if you're the product, if you're not Tandy, right? If you're not Tandra, sorry, or Simone, and you, on the business front, if you're not representing the business side of the whole thing, you have to, as the product, you have to kind of see who is being useful in what way for you. You know, you can't be completely separate from the business side of it, because I'd love to be able to just write all day and night and just go into the studio and just do that. But it's really important to do your own research as well, figure out what different terms mean, and that safeguards you, because if your management misses something, then you're able to be like, okay, no, that's not going to work. I'm not going to, you know, maybe take down the percentage, or I don't know. But recognize who is doing what, follow up as much as possible, even if you are the artist, and if something is not working out, if you feel like you're not in the right place with the right team, with the right support, then make changes, because you do have that control as well. You're empowered to do that.
So we've heard this morning, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a multifaceted business, a multi-dimensional business. There are multiple roles that people play, and I feel like I'm going into my presentation now, but really just to emphasize that we could identify multiple roles existing within the music business, and Minister Grain said it. You can't be a jack of all trades and master of none. Maybe you can master two, but please try to master one first. And I mean, it seems to me that one of the challenges, as I listen to Caroline and I listen to Savannah, as two of the artists on the platform, you know, Mikey as well would have experienced this. One of the things you have to really kind of come to grips with is the fact that when you occupy multiple roles, how do you spread yourself? Are you spreading yourself too thin? And in that case, what kind of team do you need in order not to spread yourself thin? So that Savannah, for example, as songwriter, Caroline, songwriter, recording artist, mother, you know, and Savannah now in the context of a mentor. You coming to speak in platforms like this means that you're in fact going to be called a mentor at some point. You know, if you don't think of yourself like that, you're a role model. So all of these roles mean something, and we have to balance these roles as we take care of ourselves. You know, and I think that's really, really very important. Now, I think we have to wrap up this session. Lydia, we do have to wrap up this session. We are running out of time. I noticed that we've all been served, and I don't know if what we're doing is we're taking we're taking some questions. We can allow for some interaction with the audience. If you have a burning question, please let us hear from you.
Burn slowly.
One of these microphones, right? We have monopolized the microphones.
Someone else? Greetings. I'm Alexandria Love. I'm absolutely happy to be here. This is totally awesome, you know. And Mikey, you are lucky to be there, huh? With all these wonderful ladies around you. I wanted to find out from you, sir, what your advice would be for these young, hopeful women, you know, that are trying to achieve a career in business, in the music business. What would you advise them or their approach to be, especially when it comes to males in the business like yourself? Or not like yourself?
you have to be very confident. Don't feel that you have to sell yourself short of your talent. So you need to parade your talent first. If you're confident in your talent and it is at a certain level, then there's not a problem. You know. The problem is when you start, when there's this level of non-confidence, you know, and your people trying to make excuses. As a studio owner, one of the things I see a lot of things happen. I see young ladies come to the studio, and it's a week or 2 weeks before them even get to me. You pass and you see them under the tree hanging out with some young people, some other people. And after a while, they become almost like a fixture. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, you get a little conversation, and you realize that they were there to see you in the first place, to sing or so. And there was they didn't have, I don't know whether it was confidence or they just got caught up in just the whole vibe of a studio thing. But it's like they said this purpose, they didn't have a demo, they didn't have anything. But let me tell you, a hit fix everything in the music business, you know. When you have a hit, and for every hit song, for every good sounding song, there's 100 producers ready to produce it. There's 100 people ready to listen to it. So the first thing you have to do is find the right product. Whether it's a hit song or a hit artist, once you have that hit factor in that situation, it makes it so much everybody. And if you have a product that only you alone who prepared to invest in, is maybe not such as good a product as you think it is. When you have a product that everybody trying to get a part of, or be a part of, then you realize you have something. So like Simone said, you're negotiating from a position of strength. So you have to do that. So when you come into a studio, or when you're going approaching these things, like Savannah said, it helps when you have a mentor, when you have a name that you could call, or there's an advanced phone call. And I remember she was coming to the studio to do something recently. And before she came, there were 2 or 3 phone calls from her management saying that, listen, she's coming. And so you realize that it's not just she alone, she representing that she has a whole team behind her. So team is not the easiest thing to get because, like I said, you have to have something to interest a team in. So we speak loosely about getting the management and getting a team. But a management team will only come about if there is something to hitch the wagon to. You know what I mean? So the first thing we have to do is encourage people to spend a little more time on the product itself. So when the doors even crack and you get a one chance to push a CD through a door for somebody to listen to, it is something that makes them want to hear. That call back to say, listen, you have anything else? You know, so that's all I can, that's the best advice I can give to everybody in this room. We'll go back out to that product that you think that is so good. Check it out. I mean, I'll be honest about it. You know, don't ask somebody what them think about this product, because them get chances that them going to like you. Hand them a product and say, listen, I'm handing you something. If you hear anything you like, give me a call. Because that is the way to get honest.
I see another hand. Can we just pass the microphone?
You have the mic. Shares the mic.
Oh, there's
Nice. Very, very interesting discussion. A lot of these things I can relate to. The drawbacks. One of my drawbacks has been lack of promotion, which even at this stage I can still benefit from. So I'm working on it. Savannah, that thing about the gassing and the blowing up. How many people in here have ever been, you do a performance and it's awesome and you feel so good and you feel, and then you say, remember now, remember. Keep your confidence, but keep your humility as well, you know? Keep that base. Don't fly too far. Don't make the string that's rooting you burst, you know? Very, very important. Confidence. I was always extremely confident in what I could do. So when I was like a teenager, I don't know if you remember me singing in church, Mikey, with other females. And we go to sing, and I'm like, okay, sing the harmony like this. Don't do it this way. I'm just like that. So coming into the business, just starting to sing, and I'm singing with big names, and I'm like, no, sing that note. Do that. You know, so I was always, I've never had a problem with people, you know, disregarding my suggestions or what I say. So in fact, I sometimes limit myself. Let me not be too overbearing, you know. And I remember a big name producer calling me to the studio and saying, I need your ears. Tell me, what is it? What is this called? What's that? And I don't know the names, but it's in my ear and it's in my brain. So I was able to help him with the problem he was having. And he paid me. And I really got a kick out of that. But it's important to be confident in what you're doing. If you have a problem with the confidence, work on it. Work to improve it, work to know what you're about. It's very, very, very important that you be seen as a professional and be respected as such, male, female, young or old. That's the main point I'm making here.
You know, I think out of all of the presentations, there are three words that have come to me and keep ringing over and over in my head. You know, there's a system that we've had in the Jamaican music business. If you've been studying it at all, you'll see it's one of the things that they want to mash up, but we can't mash it up, so I want to share it with you this morning. Apprenticeship, where you understudy somebody, you go into a group of people that have expertise, that are in the business, where you learn and you apprentice yourself to them with humility. Very, very important. Everybody nowadays know it. I mean, many of the people coming into the business nowadays feel them know it all, them have it all, they are already stars and they don't need anybody, they don't need a team, and they don't need to apprentice themselves to anybody, they don't need to learn nothing. Very, very important. We all have to keep that word apprenticeship in our hats. The other word I want to share with you is incubation. Many of us as talents, as managers, as engineers, there's an incubation period. You can't decide that you want to be a Gussie Clark overnight, or you want to be a Colin Davis overnight. Incubation requires that there is a stage, there's a life cycle. There's a way in which you grow from point 1 to point 20. There are people who see me as an academic. They see me in the media talking about various things. They want to know, well, I want to be like you. And they don't realize it took 20 years. Okay? And the other word is expertise. After apprenticeship and incubation and getting to, some degree of knowledge, you can then become an expert. That's when you then become the master of at least one thing. And I think those things are really, really very much underscored in the context of the conversation that we've been having this morning. And I wanted to ask any more questions. I think the microphone is with one more person. We'll take one question, another question there, and then we close the session after that.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Carrie Starr. Hi, Tandra. Uncle Mike, Simone. Hi, Colleen. I'm not familiar with the name. I was a little bit late. But I must say, what I've heard so far is very inspiring. What my question is, for an artist that has been through performing arts school, you've performed with a band, and I'm working on an album now. It's not finished, it's close to finish, but I want to know, how does a young artist with the first album really go about getting distribution? That's my question.
Mikey,
for an album. Uncle Mikey, that's for you. And Tandra, everybody that knows.
Is the same road? Thank God the road hasn't changed. I mean, they have different buses now, or taxis going on routes. But like I said, my advice to any young person doing an album: try and get consensus and pick out the top 3 songs. Don't send a whole album to anybody. People don't have that kind of time. So the first thing you have to do is try and get that interest. Find 2, I don't say 1, but let's do 3. Find the top 3 songs and get a cross-section of people to help you choose that song. Once you get that song, you target. When you wake up every day, you and your team wake up every day. This is what I used to do. I had a list of people who I had to become on first name basis when I came in the music industry. So that should be your goal too. Who are the movers and shakers, first of all, in Jamaica that you feel you should target? Places like this kind of offer an opportunity for some networking. You target them, and in a very professional way, you said to them by email, by contact, I am so and so. I would like to present you with this following. you might get two responses, but that's the name of the game. But it don't stop you there. Have to keep trying. Now we have the social media thing, and we have to be very careful about likes and feel can be very misleading. You might get 10,000 likes, but it's 10,000 likes from right across the world, and so it doesn't represent a cluster of people with significant interest. Exactly, or will pay for anything. So one of the things that you have to do is you and your team, if you have a team, is start that relationship building. Music business is about building relationships. Because like I said, talent is enough. Key people are very, very few. So every time you get an opportunity to make a relation, to establish a conversation with somebody, make it as professional as possible. So somebody can see, listen, I can see myself associated with this person. Because that's what most of us. My brother said to me, and I still believe, for every great idea or great product, there is at least $1 trillion in the world ready to invest. But to bring these two things together is where the trick comes. So don't feel, once your product is good, there is somebody who will pay for it. So at the moment, use all the people that you know. So I expect a call from you later to say, listen, I want you to hear this. Who else can I share it with you? To your right is Gussie Clark. Before you make sure you meet him before you leave and say, listen, what is your advice? And that's the way, that is one of the things that people should come to seminars like this for. To at least face to face with somebody whose name you've been hearing over and over. And like I say, it's something that you have to wake up and practice, you know. You have to stand up in front of the mirror and say, listen, I'm so and so and so. They call it elevator thing. You have to practice it. I have a son, my name disagree on a lot of things, but one thing I can say to you, if you call him 3 o'clock in the morning and say, who is Nicky B? By the time I'm done talking, you feel like, hope the world can give him the money because him have it worked out to a science. So you have to get that part. And all the young artists and managers, I think, sometimes you get 1 minute with a busy producer or a busy investor or a busy somebody to say, listen, here's my product. Have that because case speech, memorize. And you keep refining it every day as things get. You know what I mean? It's simple as that. But it's as hard as that.
Good.
There's some great options. Yeah, there's some great options online. You have about 4 different distributors that you can reach just being in Jamaica, like physically reach. This year, for some reason, I don't know what it is about 2017, but I've seen a lot of no-name, like unestablished artists come to me, and I see them in studio, and they're coming to me with a budget from foreign. Nobody knows them, but they got signed, or a company in foreign gave them a budget to come back to studio to re-record the album that they thought was great, but okay, after this company heard it, they said, no, come in and just fix up some things, and then we'll release it for you, you know, from that. So you have a few options, but I covered all the great points, yeah. But practical advice is there are legit 4 distribution companies that you can reach just being in Jamaica, right? Google, yeah, you want me to name them, or you know them? You know too. All right, so Zodiac is a great company to link, especially if you're doing roots reggae, great company. You have Zinc Beats, which is Christopher Edmonds, but he more does stuff like on a personal level. You have Happilus, which is now Nikki Z is there. Yeah, Nikki. I personally am releasing my next project with Happilus because I know Nikki needs a win, right? And it's a female artist, and I'm working with Lisa Hyper. So I'm like, I thought, what a great way for Nikki to get a win by Lisa getting a win, right? So just think about, you know what I mean, just think, and again, like build a personal relationship with these people and see where the business can go. But also for you, you also need to know your blueprint. Before you go into any of these things, you need to know yourself, you need to know your project. What are the highlights about you, right? You're almost 10 years into this, so you need to look seriously at your career and be like, what are the highlights, man? Why would somebody want to invest their time in me? And it may be a hard question, but you do have to ask yourself that, right? And be honest, be dead ass honest with yourself. But after you are, you'll be fine, man. Like you can walk into any of these meetings time and time again, and you will be fine. Who else is there? There's Zodiac, someone else I'm missing. There's one other person. Distribution. Bunga's not local, no. I can't think, but I'll see you afterwards, and I'll let you know.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a footnote to what Mikey and Tandra said. It's business, right? So sometimes it's like a puzzle piece. You have to approach it essentially, generally, as any other business project. So beyond introducing yourself to the relevant people, what is in your portfolio that you're selling right now? We know that music business, it's high risk. And so an investor really isn't going to just throw some money at you because you told them that this music is good, right? You have to really spend time investing in your brand. And what technology has done for artists today is provided a wide range of platforms for you to do that. Get to 15,000 fans on Facebook and you would be surprised at the opportunities that presents itself with. Get 100,000 views on YouTube, more surprises. And also when you're approaching an investor, being able to show your collateral online, your digital footprint becomes absolutely important. So you have to look at distribution. Are you focused on digital distribution? Are you focused on traditional, a mix? What kind of deal are you looking for? What does your team composition look like in terms of understanding markets? Which market would your music do best in? Yeah, right? In Tokyo, you can sell 1 million records, you know? Yeah, in one city. So you have to really take a strategic approach, and it may take a long time, like a slow cook, but the slow cook would be worth it.
Next question.
All right, let me congratulate the panel, and Mikey, you're special. My name is Joan Pinkney. Carlene from Jam Copy, Jamaican Copyright Licensing Agency. Those of you who have published works, you should become a member of Jam Copy. I had to say that. Carlene, how did you transition to gospel? That's the question. And the question for Mikey is there a way to help persons with lyrics? Because sometimes the music, the beat is good, everything is rocking, but the lyrics ain't saying nothing. And the grammar, I know if we're doing patois, we're doing patois. Yeah, I don't have an issue. But we're doing English language, and it's atrocious, for want of a better word. Is there a way to help persons with lyrics? Thank you.
Yes. Just hear me?
Yes.
Just wanted to. The transition was basically once I committed my life to Christ. We were running a booking management agency called Talent Inc. that Tommy operated for many, many, many years, working with the likes of Inner Circle, Junior Tucker, Dennis Brown, and so many. When Shaggy first came back, myself, Lieutenant Stitchy, Papa San, we were doing that side of the industry. And then when we both recommitted our lives, our business was transformed from Talent Inc. to Glory Music. And all we did was we continued to produce music in the gospel genre. And that platform was already established from where we were before. And we just continued to do the same thing, using the same styling of reggae. Because what I've come to know that music is not immoral, it is the message that changes everything. And so I came into the industry of gospel with a confidence that this is our music, this is our gold mine. Reggae music is our gold mine, and even though I am serving the King of Kings, the music doesn't change because that's God's gift to us. And it's been a blessing. I'm still able, if I might say so, women, that I'm still able to go and sing those songs that I used to sing before. I'm now at a place that I can go and sing a fabulous love song. I can still do Dial My Number because it's just a good song. It is not immoral, it's just a happy song. And like old friends do, it must be love. So I'm very excited because I feel like I've only just begun because I've come full circle. Now, and I have the confidence, talk about confidence, to go back into those territories and sing those songs and say, yeah man, It's good. I'm a woman. I'm in love. I'm in love with my husband. So ain't nothing wrong with singing those love songs. You understand? It took me a long time to come to that place because God had to take me through a process, like you said. To God be the glory.
Praise the Lord.
Amen to that.
Hey, let me just add, songwriting can be taught, just like English in school. What we find happening in Jamaica is a situation where we still don't have the confidence right now of holding a meeting like this in Patwa. It would feel like something. Oh, we have to dig out professor here and in Patwa. So we still have this little lack of confidence in Patwa, right? Like you mentioned about the grammar, I felt that same way about Bob Marley music at a stage of my life when I thought I was so educated and I was a great writer. And here was Bob in sentences that have not construction, they jump from one subject matter to the other. But you know what it is? I got it. When I was at Jammies, I remember I wrote the song for this young man and they said, boy, it sounds good, but it sounds like a foreign artist. They wouldn't talk like that. And I said, oh, God, here is, and he was representing a bigger part of the market than I was. I was a bigger artist. And I realized that there's something about our education system that don't teach us how to communicate. It teaches us how to copy things and how to set things a certain way. But it's that communication that Vibes Cartel has established with his base in Jamaica, that the politicians copy from time to time. It is very, very crucial. And it's just a question of help with trying to say, okay, so we can sell jerk chicken in Jamaica. Or we sell jerk chicken in foreign. We have to take out some of the spice. So what we have to do when we're trying to sell beyond these shores sometimes, we have to think, okay, as nice as catchy as this is, how can I make it a little broad piece that we can sell to more people? And this is but the whole thing about songwriting is about trying to gather the thoughts that you have about a particular thing and use what we have at your disposal, both Patois and English, to transmit it and to communicate it in a way that stirs emotion. It's how people feel at the end of that conversation that makes all the difference. Not the words that you say, it's how you make them feel. And how people like Bob Marley enables, so does Cartel, so does Sister Carly, because she's speaking to the heart of people. And sometimes the best way to do it is with bad grammar, because that is how we speak on a day-to-day basis. All right?
Now, I know that we could go on and on and on. I see Mr. Herbie Miller with the mic.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Good, whatever it is. The whole thing here that I think we kind of skirted around was the social implications, the social issues faced particularly by women in the music industry. Carlene used the word dignity, but Carlene, you sort of stopped right there. It's just a loaded word suggesting sex and sexuality, gender issues, and things that some of us who have been around for some time have seen that has held back many of the best female talent in the industry in terms of getting a break at a time when they were just about to have a child, for example. Here comes a second break, but they're pregnant again. And who are they pregnant for? Some DJ, the singer, the engineer, a hanger-on, or something. So that word dignity that Carlene used, that she practiced to get to the point of being a wife, a family woman, a mother, but at the same time a very successful artist is very important. Consider if some of our female athletes were getting pregnant every time Olympics and World Games come along. We wouldn't be where we are today. Miss Simone, you didn't answer in my mind the question of the challenges you faced as you got to the place you are today. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say that you're a part of the LBG community? LBD. What does that mean?
LBT.
Say that again.
Lesbian, bisexual, transgender. LBT.
Okay, as a part of that community, in the context of the Jamaican culture, male-dominated, totally against that sort of thing in general, not in personal ways, and many of us have gone beyond that. But in general, that must have been a great challenge for you. I was hoping you would have gone into that to show how you have maintained a level of professionalism, obviously the respect that you command, and yet at the same time identified within that context, in the context of Jamaican culture. And Miss Savannah, I love your name, by the way. It was important that without even saying the word, you addressed the problem of ego. And you was a wonderful young person sitting up there among some seasoned others. Handled it very well. The fact that you're cognizant of the idea to move the focus away from the self. Appreciate it, bask in it for the moment. You just did a fantastic show or succeeded with a great work. But at the same time, to come back to that humility that Mikey spoke about, to realize you have to be able to separate the artist from the person and show respect as you get it. So to make some, and again, you were the one to really introduce the question of sex and sexuality. It exists, it's a way that you can get around it. I'm pleased to see so many women here today. Give thanks to Mikey and Rosalie Hamilton at UTEC. Give thanks to Sonia Carlin and Donna up at UA. And what's happening over at Edna, that so many more women are coming in, and Carlin able to deal with the chastity, the dignity, and get beyond. We are too many of our very, very best female artists were unable to break through because of the problem of passion. I don't know if you want to. Yes, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Herbie Miller. Appreciate the question. I happen to be, I'm a woman, I'm a black woman, I'm a feminist. I happen to be a part of the LGBT community. And so for me, and it's a diverse community. And so for me, I have always looked at the business through that lens of, I'm focused on your talents. I'm not focused on your sexual preference. And I found that has gotten me further. In terms of challenges, it has been challenging. It is a very brave thing to sit on platforms like this and to, in public ways, speak to who I am as a person, personally and professionally. And so being thrust into situations like that, I had no choice but to build my own confidence. So the same thing that we've been speaking to earlier, being confident in who you are, why you're here, what you're trying to do, that has been my focus. I have, there have been instances, of course, where I've been discriminated against. But in all of those instances, I've worked hard to show that I have the experience, I have the skill set, I have a purpose, and that's why I'm here. 9 out of 10 times, it works.
I was so interested in your own diverse frame of mind and personality, but more. Thanks. Yeah, as more, the question was more towards the resistance that might have been aimed at you being who you are. You are diverse, you're intelligent, you are beyond that sort of personalized ignorance. But we are not all. And how have you been able to maintain your own sense of dignity, professionalism, and confidence, having to face that kind of community?
So unfortunately, we are way over time, and I'm going to have to ask Mr. Miller and Ms. Harris to continue the conversation as we break for 5 minutes to regroup. Oh, we're not breaking, so is my presentation we're going right into now? No? Gillian is coming. Gillian is coming back. Wonderful. Our moderator returns. No, that's what Ayatollahs are for. We keep our sessions going, and we will come back to it. I'm sure it will come up because we're going to be talking. And I hope Simone will remain with us, that we talk in a round table about the challenges. They will come up again. Thank you very much all. I want you to clap yourselves and clap the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. And I see that the conversation is continuing. And this is wonderful. Our next speaker is Miss Jessica Sobraj, who is a veteran of the entertainment industry and currently serves as CEO of COSIN, which is a legal and cost-effective way for creators to protect their content. Jessica is also president of the Women in Music organization, which is a 30-year-old organization with industry professionals around the world. Jessica you're from Guyana, right, Jessica?
I wasn't born there yet.
All right, so like Tandra, she wasn't born in Guyana, but she has Caribbean roots. Awesome. And Jessica has led strategic licensing businesses and has pioneered micro-licensing industry associations and organizations such as Rumblefish. She has lived and worked extensively in South America, in Asia, in Europe, and she is the manager of digital content licensing for CSAC. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Jessica Sobraj. Thank you very much.
For the podium? Okay. There's a mic stand. It's coming right now.
No, I don't even need to stand. I can freehand.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay,
can
there
freehand.
you go.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Good afternoon. I have been waiting all day to talk to you back there. But I really enjoyed hearing all of the stories, and it's been so lovely, especially for my first time in Jamaica. I'm having a great time so far. I showed up to my hotel super early at 9 in the morning, and they gave me rum punch to start the day. So Jamaica, I'm down with the way that you guys roll. My husband loves Jamaica so much too. He actually wanted our wedding song to be Welcome to Jamrock. Came this close. This close, and we almost did it. So I know that we're running way over schedule, so I have ditched my notes. We're gonna go freehand, we're gonna just freestyle it and see how we do, and I'll try to catch us up a little bit. So today we're gonna go through a lot of the challenges that you guys are facing locally, but also challenges that women everywhere are also facing. And we're gonna see what resonates, what works, what's not working, and hopefully come to some consensus about how we can fix some of the problems you guys are facing. So I know we did this a little bit too, but I want to get a sense of who's actually in the room. So if you're an artist, I just want you to put your hands up for me. Okay, if you're a manager, hands up. And if you're on the business side, publishing, touring, merchandising, hands up. Okay, good. So we have a pretty good mix here. So you gave me an excellent introduction. I'm not going to go through all of this, but my name is Jessica Sabraj. I'm CEO of Co-Signed and president of Women in Music. In my career, I'm kind of a growth hacker, so I make things happen really quickly. With WIM, we went from a membership of only 300 to about 3,000. With Rumblefish, I led a campaign for about 2 million copyrights and structured distribution all over the world. So today we're going to go over a couple of goals. We're going to increase awareness and understanding of the gender-related issues in the music industry, understand why the greater participation of women in the industry benefits the entire industry, discuss the leading roles that women have statistically played, and examine some potential solutions that will address the challenges we've identified, and hopefully that climaxes into us finding leaders who may be interested in starting the Jamaica chapter of Women in Music. So a little bit about WIM. We were founded in 1985. I wasn't even born yet though, so I wasn't one of the founders. I've been a part of the board for about 5 years. I became president 2 years ago. We now have 3,000 members. When I joined the board, we had about 300, and we're only really in New York. Now we're in New York, LA, Nashville, Boston, Chicago, Canada, Barbados, Brazil, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and we have 10 more chapters that are starting next year. So the whole point of WIM is to connect all of you globally to your counterparts in areas where you need to find your counterparts, because it's hard to just function and succeed in just your local atmosphere, in just Jamaica. The way the music business functions now is you need to make friends in other parts of the world, and that's where WIM comes into play. So we do a number of things. We have member forums, we have an informational hub that teaches you sort of the 101s of the industry. We do educational seminars, panels, keynotes, workshops, and webinars, and we provide discounts to different products and services that you guys might find appealing. So for example, if anyone here wanted to attend MEDEM, our ticket price on MEDEM was 600 euros less than the actual price to attend. We partner on the Women in Sync Awards, which highlights women who are achieving great things in sync licensing. We do a lot of blogs and interviews. So definitely, a lot of the panelists that were up here just now, we'd love to feature you guys on the blog and hear your stories, because this is really all about generating visibility. We curate a lot of panels that are all about the educational topics, and then you can also use WIM to find job and performance gigs as well too. So we're gonna dive into your local stats soon, but I wanna show you how the rest of the world is stacking up. And this is really important to understand because it illustrates what's happening around the world and how you guys fare in comparison. So there hasn't been an official global study about how women are performing around the world. We only have bits and pieces. So I've taken some of those bits and pieces and outlined them here for you. In the US and Canada, less than 6% of our producers are female. Less than 7% of women identify as being in sales or business development. The annual salary for a woman in North America is about 27% less than their male counterparts. In the UK, only 14% of PRS's members are female. And also in the UK, the gender divide is about 30-70, which is kind of the case we find for most regions. In the UK, the women there earn 50% less. And in the US, only 15% of our label heads are actually female. So the whole reason we're here for this workshop is that we understand and we acknowledge there is a significant problem. And that's just not enough to know there is a problem. I really want to get across to you guys and to the guys that are going to be there on Monday why it's important to have more women in the industry. And there are so many reasons that are, generic. It's good for visibility, there just needs to be more of us, we have to close the gaps. It's the common answers that we have. But what I'm about to show you is actually one of the most compelling answers that we've seen across the industry that opens everybody's eyes, and it's this. Having more women directly affects your bottom line. the more women you have in a company, in an organization, on your team, in whatever situation you're doing, the more likely you are to make more money. So there was a study done called The Case for Investing in Women by the Anita Borg Institution. You guys should all look it up because there's amazing stats in there. It found that of the Fortune 500 companies with at least 3 female directors, those companies experienced a return on investment above 66%, sales growth above 42%. They had less turnover. And in studies done in 17 different countries, they all found that having a larger number of women produced greater team psychological safety, confidence, experimentation, and efficiency. Teams with at least one female partner were smarter than all of the other teams put together. So what does that actually look like in hard numbers and hard dollars? So let's take a look at some of the common roles we find women are participating in. And when I say common roles, it's more so just a purely statistical analysis. By no means do I say women are limited to these roles, because they're not. So this comes from a study that our sisters in Canada did. They were one of the first in this day and age, believe it or not, to do a study dedicated solely to how women are performing in their country. So what they found was that most women were participating at the artist level as a performer, manager, event production, music production, promotion and marketing, biz dev, and then administrative services. The majority of women of the study were working in promotion and marketing. We also find that a lot of women are working more so in publishing relating roles too. Royalty accounting, payment distribution, contract administration, licensing, which is sync licensing and mechanical licensing especially. So now that we've kind of understood how many there are of us and where we're all kind of playing together, I want to dive deeper now into some of the problems you guys are actually facing. And this is a quick exercise that we do whenever we get a bunch of women in the room to illustrate, one, where our common problems are, but two, just how deep they are. So I'm going to read through this. And as I read through it, if something I say identifies what you're feeling or what you've gone through, I want you to put your hand up. And you can keep your hand up for as many of these things that I hit. So first one, I feel that I don't know enough about the music business. Majority of you. I've been discriminated against and or harassed. There's got to be more hands up. I don't believe that. Okay, all right. I'm not paid fairly. I can't afford to create music, or as much as I want to create. I have personal and family obligations that interfere with my personal pursuits. I can't find a mentor. Just out of curiosity, how many of you actually have mentors? Cool. There aren't enough opportunities here locally for me. Other women are too competitive. Only one. I'm kind of glad there's only one hand up. Okay, good. And this one's my favorite because everybody experiences this. I'm not blank enough. And that blank represents any sort of fear or insecurity. I'm not smart enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not this enough. I'm not that enough. Have you ever had that thought about anything ever? Yeah. So we're going to go through some of the solutions to a lot of those problems. But first I'm going to tell you what our friends in Canada identified as the top 3 solutions for the women there. 1, access to networking opportunities. 2, positive overall workplace culture. And 3, access to mentors. We actually think that list could be a lot bigger. So in our arsenal of solutions that we have, or that we like to propose to communities, there's this. 1, provide easy access to education and training. 2, provide more equal employment opportunities for women on the business side of the industry. 3, make it easier and more feasible to record and protect IP. 4, provide easier access to funding initiatives. 5, focus on building your network and generating value for each other. 6, create a safe working environment that fosters professionalism, standing up against sexual harassment and over-sexualization. 7, mentor other women and generate opportunities for them. Create a support circle. And 8, encourage and engage men to support you. Not the creepy kinds, the ones that actually, the ones that are here that actually care and want to talk about this. So first we'll look at some of the issues that are affecting women that are employed. We've touched on it a couple of times already here right now and in prior sessions too, and that's the pay gap. So on average, in almost every industry, not just ours, women are paid 30 cents less on the dollar than their male counterparts. And that's true even for women that own their own companies. This is an infographic from our study in Canada, again, which of the women that participated, 21% own their own company. but they were only making an average of $30,000, which is kind of like, really? That's not the dream that we set out to do. So one of the common hurdles in the pay gap is the fact that women tend to not want to negotiate. Statistically, we just don't like to do it. And there are reasons why we don't like to do it. Some of them are they don't feel like they're being taken seriously. We don't want to have a reputation for being too bossy, and I hate that word, aggressive or difficult. And 3, we don't feel like we have the authority or the domain knowledge to negotiate effectively or communicate our worth. So this is whack. We don't want to do this anymore. We don't want to pay attention to that. We want to fix it. So how do we overcome these hurdles, and how do we become better negotiators so that we can close that pay gap as much as we can? First things first, if you're going to have a conversation about your salary with your employer, set a specific time and a meeting to do so. That signals to them, hey, this is a real conversation. It's not going to be brushed aside. I need you to pay attention and actually talk about your perception of my worth right now. Take yourself seriously and know your worth. So what do I mean by that? Whenever you're going in for a salary negotiation or a promotion negotiation or whatever it may be, you have to have your cards out in front of you. And that means you're going in with the projects you've worked on, the things you've done, the ways you've directly affected this company's bottom line. And you can also go in with the infographic that says, I'll make you $700 million. So negotiation really is all about positioning. It's coming in from a position of strength. The other thing you want to do is research all of the relevant parties that are in this negotiation. So if it's not just your manager, but your manager's manager, you want to talk to all the people that you know who have negotiated with them, people that have gotten raises or promotions recently, and find out how that process went down for them. A friend of mine just actually accepted a new job with one of the major labels, and it took her about a month to do so because she had other things happening. But before she made that decision, she talked to as many people as she could to find out what was going on at that label, information about who would be her direct manager, his likes, his dislikes, what the salary ranges might have been. That's where a community like this can really help, because you guys can actually learn from each other and kind of get that insider information that you wouldn't get otherwise. You're also going to visualize success, and I'm a big, big fan of this. Put it out there that this is the job you want, this is the salary that I want, this is what I'm going for. It helps you to go in with more confidence and to appear more confident. Pretend that you're negotiating communally. This is a weird one, but it works. So what I mean by that is women tend to negotiate better when they're negotiating on behalf of somebody else. Why? Because we take care of everybody else, right? Right. And we take care of ourselves last. So when you go in for your salary negotiation or whatever it may be, I want you to think of this as one for the team. You are negotiating for all the other women as well too, so that we can close that gap. And we've talked about it already, but working together, asking for help, getting that inside information. So another hurdle that faces women that are employed in the industry is this: ageism. So what we find is that women that tend to hit 40, like right around there, there's a significant drop-off. And there's no factual reason for that. We can only speculate. But we think a lot of it might have to do with work-life balance. It might have to do with just the perception of ageism, and that's something we have to fight against as well. It baffles me. Like, why would we want to get rid of our more senior women who have all the experience and know what they're doing? And then we complain about not having mentors in companies, right? So here's what we do to fight ageism: mentoring initiatives. So if you're in a company and you're one of the senior women, ask to lead that initiative. Ask to, mentor the younger ones, because they're going to be exactly where you are in 20, 30 years too. Retirement plan matching. We have that in the States and in the US. I don't know if it's a thing here or not, but most companies will match you dollar for dollar. Equity incentives. The more senior people you have on your team, the more they might want to have a piece of the company. Sometimes that's not always feasible. And if that's not the case, you can always offer women or advocate for yourself to have an advisory role on a specific committee. Why would you want to do that? Well, one, it helps to establish yourself as a domain expert, an expert in whatever you're doing. That's how you get invited to speak on panels. That's how you get invited to come to Jamaica and have rum punch. You know, like that's the way you want to do things. And then, of course, there's continuous training by both yourself and your employer. So if you're an attorney, you're looking for courses and classes about what's happening in the industry locally and internationally. You're always looking to learn in some way, and if your employer can fund that, they should. So the next challenge we look at, which affects both women that are employed by companies in the industry and not, is the personal challenges. It's the work-life balance. So there's a young woman here who had her baby here with us, and I was so happy to see that, because that's a really brave and strong thing to do, and I applaud you for doing that because you showed up. Other women probably wouldn't have showed up, and I love that. You all should clap for her. And that's the thing now. I love going to meetings and there's like a baby at the table. Like I love seeing that. Having children should not help you to fail, your dream at all. So there are a lot of things that work-life balance really encompasses. What happens is we see a lot of women that tend to have children kind of drop off maybe towards the later years in their life, but it doesn't have to be that way anymore. Sometimes there are real economic reasons that it can't be that way anymore. In the US, 61% of our moms are working moms because there we need, in most cases, 2 incomes to live. So there are a couple of tactics that you can use for finding that work-life balance. One is to designate and schedule your days. I do this a lot too. And adjust your hours. So there are certain hours that are just for work, there are certain hours that are just for doing something for yourself, and there are certain hours where you're prioritizing your workflow. So if you've only got a limited amount of time, you want to hit the big projects, the big things that are going to chip away at your workload, that are going to bring back that ROI for you. You can also find a community of mothers. This is something that's really big in the States right now. We have a Moms in Music panel that we put on every year. There's a Moms in Music community. There are moms in our music industry that go to the zoo together because it really does take a village and it really does help to keep you locked in. And then my favorite part, stop apologizing, no more mom guilt. It's okay. You don't have to feel guilty about everything. So this is another hurdle that was really important for our workshop in Barbados, and it was the cost of audio production. I think we figured out that something like $3,000 US was required to record one song in Barbados. Is that kind of the same here, maybe? Okay. More, ouch. Yeah, so all those things are built in, the recording, gear rentals, contracting talent, mastering, mixing, legal, PR marketing, all the miscellaneous stuff. That was all building up to the situation where women weren't able to afford to record. They weren't able to express themselves, to live their art, to live their dream. And so what happens is you have this issue of using sexual favors as currency. I think earlier one of the other panelists had brought it up. That is never okay. That's never going to be okay. And that's something that we have to collectively stamp out together. So in Barbados, we are now implementing this program called Beats by Girls. Beats by Girls was founded by Erin Barra, who's on our board. Erin is an associate professor at Berkeley Music, and basically what this program does is it teaches young women how to do audio production. It's a 9-week course. And Beats by Girls gives it away for free, as long as we have a teacher to do it. So what we're doing is implementing this in Barbados, and if we feel, as we go through the day and we talk about our challenges and you guys do your group presentations, if we feel like this is something that would be helpful in Jamaica, and yes, there's a big nod, then yes, WIM is happy to help bring this down here too, because the more women we have teaching audio production and learning audio production, the more you'll see the cost of that recording go down, right? And the more we'll see less and less incentive for women to fall prey to using sexual favors as currency. Also on funding, just really quickly, here are some really cool sites you can check out if you're looking for public funding or crowdfunding. Indiegogo, Kickstarter, GoFundMe. There's also debt funding, which I'm not a fan of. Is there not one? Look. You won't. So, we may want to look into that because I feel like there may be something to do with Kickstarter. There's also investor funding, which it sounds like you guys may be into as well. And then there's the FFF, family, friends, and fools that we talk about, who just, people that love you and just want to give you money to record. That's always good too. And then localized fundraising as well. So we talked about this a little bit too. It's finding a mentor. And some of you said that you had a mentor, but how many of you are actively right now looking for a mentor and you can't find one? Okay. So I want to go over really quickly what a mentor should be. It's someone who has demonstrated an expertise that can provide professional guidance, has an attachment to you and your success, and they don't necessarily have to be older than you. There are a lot of peer-to-peer mentoring situations that happen. I'm actually a mentor to some women who are older than me. So that misconception right away is something you can rule out. If there's somebody who is clearly an expert, it doesn't matter what their age is. And men can be great mentors as well too. Again, not the creepy ones, the good ones that actually care. So where do we find mentors? And this is a little bit harder when you live in sort of an isolated community, because you guys probably all know each other and you know who's coming up and who's doing what. So you may need to look outside of your local community to find your next mentor. And so there are great sites like LinkedIn that can help you do that, and Lavo League that can also help you do that. Lavo League is one of the companies that Sheryl Sandberg invests in. How many of you guys know Sheryl Sandberg and the book Lean In? Have you heard of it? Okay, we're gonna fix that. We'll talk about it in a minute. And so when you do find your mentor, what I want you to focus on is building relationships. So a mentor relationship should not just be a one-way street. It's a two-way street. They're giving their time to you, you should find a way to give back to them as well too. And it could be as simple as shooting them an email and saying, hey, what can I do for you? You know? If you think you're at the level where you could be a mentor, I highly encourage it, because there's a room full of people that need that. There's a community that needs that and needs you to be that expert. And it brings so much back to you, because now you have this network of supporters that are down to ride or die, to be there for you, to help you out, whatever it is that you're doing. A big part of even putting this whole circle together is learning how to network. And network is such a scary, awkward word, because you have to talk to people and it's gross and you don't really know how to do it or what to do or what your elevator pitch should be. And that takes time to actually figure out. So as we go through this icky thing of mentoring, I want you to keep some things in mind. One, identify the key types of individuals that you know will generate returns for you, because that helps to weed out the other conversations that you just don't want to have, although you may want to for practice. Concisely communicate the value. What is it that I need from you? But more importantly, what is it that I can give to you as well too? Look for things on LinkedIn. That's a great place to find mentors, see who knows who, attend industry events. You're here, you showed up. I think something that Simone said earlier actually really resonated with me. You said, I realize that my presence here is important. And that just ding, 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 that's true for all of you guys here. Focus on building genuine relationships and forget about the old boys club. Do you guys know what I mean when I say the old boys club? Okay, so for those of you that don't, it's sort of like this invisible wall in front of us that we feel like we can't break through because the industry is full of men, no one has our backs, no one really has our interests at heart, and that's not really that true. And women in music, a decent chunk of our membership are men that want to support and want to provide opportunities and funnel jobs directly to us and are sponsors of the organization. So I don't want the old boys club to be something in your head that prevents you from taking a step forward. You have to break through that wall. And yes, to some degree that exists, but it can't be the thing that gets in your way. Because you saw that list. There's like 8 things that are going to get in your way. So don't let that be one of them. So once you've started to build your network, what you have to do is learn to nurture your network. And there are a number of things that you can do to do this. It's very, very important. One, keep your contacts posted about your progress. And that could be as simple as sending out an email once a month, every other month. Hey, this is what I'm up to. This is what I'm working on. Here's, some new music I just put out. Here's my new project. Let me know what you think about it. And there are lots of different tools to help you do that. There's MailChimp. There's Sendinblue. There's iContact. There's a really simple app you can buy on Google Apps for $12 called Yet Another Mail Merge. And it just keeps track of everybody. You can even see who's opened your email and who hasn't, so you can bug them separately. You want to set aside time to browse what's happening in your network. So that means you're on social media, you're on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. You're looking at the things they're doing and how you can contribute, or what's what's happening that would give cause to you to reach out to them, just as that initial heartbeat. Hey, I'm still here. You want to congratulate them on their successes and share yours. You want to connect others in your network just out of goodwill. Networking for goodwill is just like karma. It comes back to you. If you're someone that's known as being a connector, I guarantee you'll have more people funneling contacts over to you because they know you're good with relationships and that you know how to get stuff done. So this is my mentor, Kelly. She wrote the book on building your network. It's called Build Your Dream Network. Kelly and I met back when I thought I would be an attorney until I realized I'm not good at following rules, so maybe I shouldn't do that. And so I like to throw her into presentations just to illustrate how important mentorship is. I met Kelly when I was 16. We kept in touch. I left White & Case, that company. She left White & Case too. We both came back together just through keeping in touch to find that I had my whim and she had her whim. Her whim was Women Innovate Mobile. And now Kelly's an advisor to Cosign. She's one of our biggest supporters, but it all started from just networking and keeping in touch. These things come back full circle. So if you have your mentor, if you have someone that you want to target who's like a Kelly, what I recommend doing is volunteering your time to support their efforts. Send them articles and resources. A lot of people just love getting an email that says, hey, I found this thing online. It's really interesting. It made me think of you. That doesn't even have to be true. Maybe it didn't make you think of them, but still, it's a good ping to send out if you think they'll find value in it. And then, of course, any deal flow that you think they may benefit from, which is so true for all of you here, you should send that over. That's one of the really good things about WIM is that when you start to get to know what everybody's interested in, what their needs are, what company they work for, suddenly you guys can all start to funnel deal flow to each other. And then collectively, as a group, you all rise up together. So this goes back to that last problem we identified, the insecurity. And it's really about overcoming fear and uncertainty, because that's what insecurity is. It's that little voice in the back of your head who is trying to hold you back. And so a lot of people will say, don't be afraid. But the reality is, fear can actually be a really good motivator. Fear, to me, is this internal mechanism that something we're about to do is either about to be really, really great or a huge, horrible mistake. And so we're not going to know what it is unless we are ferociously brave. We have to be brave enough to take that step forward and keep going. Let's figure it out. Is it something awesome or is it a mistake? And you know what? If it's a mistake, who cares? Because mistakes can actually be some of the best teachers you'll ever have. I've made plenty of them. You want to engage in your community and ask for their support, especially when you're feeling that insecurity come about. Having peers lift you up can be so effective. And then you want to ignore any of the stereotypes and assumptions. Those things, just like the invisible wall of the old boys club, not helpful. So I have saved the best for last. This is a very sensitive topic for some people. And it's hard to talk about because there's a lot of uncomfiness around the issue, and that's sexual harassment. So first, let's go through what sexual harassment can be. and this is not the definitive list by any means. So, sexual harassment can be demeaning or condescending words, inappropriate or unwelcome touching, suggestive or direct communications like text or emails, and sexual favors as currency or the encouragement of that. One of the biggest things to stamp that out and start to minimize it is, it's kind of that old saying we have in New York, if you see something, say something. If you see it happening, take a stand. Because if you're not taking a stand, you're just as complicit. And that actually affects your reputation too. Collectively as a community, we have to stop that from happening. So there are a couple things that you can do if you are experiencing this behavior. And again, it's not the full list. So 1, call it out. Be very specific about it. Hey, this thing that you did is not okay. I am not okay with that. No, I don't want it to happen again. Document everything. So you're saving emails, you're saving text messages, documenting every interaction. Speak to an employment attorney. That's something that we take as a first step in the States especially. File a complaint, whether that be with HR or with the authorities if it progresses to that level. And talk to someone, your counselor, your friends. And something that, we'll talk about on Monday with the larger group is the effects of sexual harassment and how damaging it is, not just on the person you're doing it to, but everyone who's around them and to the economy in general. Because this has the direct ability to damage someone in unmentionable ways. It's not just about reputation, it's about the psychological damage behind it too, and how that ripples on through everyone that person interacts with. So, we have a number of takeaways. There are a number of problems, we're gonna get through them together. And what we wanna figure out in the next sessions and the group sessions breaking out are, what are the problems that are most prevalent for you guys? And what solutions might work in your local market that we've talked about already. So when we get to that session, I'll throw back up the slides with a list of solutions that may work here, and we'll see what's going on. But that's it. Thank you, guys. Lydia, are we moving on to the next part, or? Great. Good.
Reggae is uniquely Jamaican. It is a music that we have created that has penetrated all corners of the world.
Reggae is a distillation of Jamaican forms, starting from way back in the days of slavery.
Musically, reggae follows in the tradition of Jamaican folk and popular music that came before it.
In addition to the folk forms, there were also international influences.
But at the end of the day, what created was unique to us because it was not a reproduction of anything else. It was a natural, evolvement of our thing.
First, the drums come in, emphasizing the second and fourth beat of every measure using the kick. Next, the bass guitar comes in with an introductory melody.
The drums, the bass, we consider the heartbeat and the soul of the people.
The keyboard enters, emphasizing the offbeats in a stylized way.
All the way from Trenchtown, Jamaica, Baltimore in the West, come on!
There's so much reggae music, and here's where it came from, Kingston, Jamaica.
Reggae originated in Kingston, primarily West Kingston, among marginalized and underrepresented set of youth, mainly young men.
It's a music that has lyrical content that speaks to all the beautiful things and all the negative things that exist in people's lives that they want to express.
There's a woman fighting for freedom down in Africa. In prison is her distinguished.
It is our reggae musicians who, like soldiers in these wars or these battles against injustice across the world for all oppressed peoples, it is our reggae musicians and music that led that from a cultural point of view.
Reggae for me is everything Jamaican. We eat reggae, we sleep reggae, we dream reggae, we live reggae.
It was not formally done in any score and all these fancy things. It comes from here. It is coming from way down inside.
Music is a thing where heal your whole mind, your whole body, your soul. It just make you feel different.
I see the mangoes dancing.
The difficulty that we have now is that we're producing so much music.
And reggae music so sweet. Let it flow.
I used to rate myself as a musicologist. Kind of don't like do that now. Every week, every month, every year, I hear about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 more acts, and I'm saying, oh, you're going to keep track of all of this. But that's how development goes.
It is important that we safeguard and protect reggae music.
It has become the most impacting form of music all over the world.
So reggae has spawned not just a global movement of participants or observers or lovers of the music, but people who are also practitioners of the music.
The global reach of reggae music is seen right away in the proliferation of radio shows around the world that play reggae music, pop songs that borrow from reggae beats, and the embrace of sound systems in communities internationally. Sound systems are uniquely Jamaican format of performing music and the rails on which reggae music rides.
The African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Member Bank, is the designated national focal point for intangible cultural heritage in Jamaica. So within that context, there is a framework for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage elements.
That's what they do.
Institutions like the Jamaica Music Museum, the Bob Marley Museum, the Peter Tosh Museum also serve to identify and anchor reggae music as a Jamaican creation.
I wonder if Miss Grange, she love reggae music. Oh Lord. I wonder if Mr. Oldest love reggae music. Good Lord.
The world has embraced it already. What we want is to get the seal of approval from UNESCO, and that reggae music is recognized worldwide as the creative output of a people, the Jamaican people. I'm happy to make the case to UNESCO for the inscription of Jamaica's reggae music as our intangible cultural heritage. Wherever there is reggae music, Jamaica is the source and the inspiration.
Smile for me, Jamaica, and as it smile, the world smile. Yeah, it smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, you remind.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Tarrus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie Loops make good music.
If you use music for any commercial purpose, you need a JCAP license.
Of course, and I benefit when my music is used commercially.
JCAP, the Jamaica Association of Composers, Authors and Publishers, protects the rights of its members and worldwide creators of musical works by issuing licenses for the use of these works.
If you use music for any commercial purpose,
you need a JCAP license.
Comply with the law.
Call JCAP at 948-5937 and 948-6439.
Get a JCAP license now.
Taurus Riley, Janeet Bailey, and Richie.
Further challenges in group formats and the way forward. Okay? To start this session, we're going to have Dr. Sanya Standinayo, and then we will segue with Jessica in the way forward. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. The fact is that Minister Grange, in her presentation this morning, if you were all here, made my job very much easier. So I wanted to highlight some of the points that have already been made and to underscore the kinds of challenges that have emerged and that exist for, in some cases, women, but also men in the industry. And when we talk about, I've been asked to contextualize music in the Caribbean landscape, and the challenges and opportunities available for women. It's very important to acknowledge that when we talk about music in the Caribbean, we're not just talking about Jamaica. Because we heard in Jessica's presentation mention of Barbados, where she was in fact involved in workshops there. When we talk about music in the Caribbean, there is quite a bit of cross-fertilization that's happening. And so we need to acknowledge that there are major sites, but each territory has their own music. And many of you would, of course, be aware of Calypso, be aware of musical forms out of Trinidad, Barbados, Cuba. Cuba has a lot of musical genres, incidentally. But when we think about the major sites, we're talking about Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. I heard some really cool music coming out of Haiti recently. The value of the Caribbean music sector, the value of the creative industries in the Caribbean has been underscored by Vision 2030 in Jamaica, CARICOM policy directions, even Millennium Development Goals, and of course the United Nations' very own Sustainable Development Goals. So there is no question as to whether the policymakers in the Caribbean are now up to speed with the fact that the cultural and creative industries are important. And in fact, University of the West Indies, tertiary institutions like UTech have all come on board to engage with the cultural and creative industries in very specific ways. So there are programs of study available to men and women. Programs in cultural and creative industries that exist at University of the West Indies, a Masters in Residence program at UTech. And of course, the cultural and creative industry is not just music, but even when we think about the larger picture of entertainment, the sporting industry, digital media, all of this, very much a part of the cultural and creative industries. So we're talking about creative products and services, and those are wide-ranging. And their value, we heard in Gillian's presentation this morning, we're talking about $1 trillion industry. I don't want to repeat what was said this morning, so I'm going to touch on the points in my presentation that were not mentioned this morning. So the cultural sector is a key site of economic development. It is in fact positioned as one of the ways to not just have development, but sustainable development. The copyright sector, we heard, of great value to the GDP. The creative industries, valued at US 2.2 trillion. The diversified recording industry globally has a wide-ranging series of revenue streams. And we're talking about from downloads to subscriptions and performance rights and so on. The value of the sector, this is some of what was not necessarily fully developed this morning. There are at least 10,000 persons directly employed, with up to 80,000 persons directly supported. Some 200 recording studios, 170 sound systems, and estimated revenues, we heard this morning, some US 65 million per annum. The estimates of the value accruing from the international market in respect of Jamaican music, this kind of data is what is very old. We really don't have any current data. The data we have are projections and estimates. And it points to one of the challenges we have, both for men and women in the context of the industry. When it comes onto the Caribbean, data is in fact very sparse. There is, for example, no study that has been done on women in the music business in Jamaica. And I want to just begin by saying also that when we talk about the cultural and creative industries in the Caribbean, we talk about the cultural and creative industries in Jamaica, we have to really step back and take an objective look at whether we really have an industry. And I want to just pause to let that sink in for a moment. We have to really objectively look at the fact of whether we have cultural and creative industries. And I want to just share with you the metaphor of the car. You can have car parts, but if you don't fit them up in the right way, with the right tools, you do not have a car. And so one of the things we have to ask ourselves is, do we have car parts? Or do we have a well-oiled machine called a car that we are running with the engine, firing in the way that we want it fired in the context of our cultural and creative industry? So in answering that question for myself, one of the things I've said is we have a music sector. We do not have a music industry in Jamaica. There's a global music industry of which the Jamaican music sector is a part, and a very significant part. If you look now, there is no genre of music since the 1960s which has not been influenced by Jamaican music. A very important sector. So the fact is that we have to critically examine the value of the sector that we have as our music sector in the Caribbean. And I won't even bother to go into the figures I have here for global music sales, value of recorded music, and so on. And I've already said a little bit about the contribution of Jamaican music to the globe. No musical genre since the 1960s has been influenced by Jamaican music, and Jamaica is the only country in the latter half of the 20th century to have given the world 8 distinct genres of music. Everybody should know that. Every child, every grass straw, every recycled bottle, everything breathing in Jamaica or have life here should know that sentence. But on a more serious note, music industry. We're talking about the ways in which the business of music. The challenges we face in the context of the Jamaican music sector include some of what we've heard already this morning. The reduction in record sales. The song is no longer the product for many of our artists. The product is now the artists themselves selling a lifestyle, merchandising around that artist, around the act. The record is no longer the primary sale. It is touring. And I don't know if you know this, but many of our artists nowadays, and I mean, I'm so glad Savannah has stayed with us. There is a thing that Bob Marley did in his performance around 394 shows to market 9 studio albums across 6 continents that many of our artists today are not doing. There's a paper that I wrote on Bob Marley called Babylon by Bus. Very, very important that we look at the strategies that now have to be employed for new marketing, new monetizing, especially around touring. There is also the philosophy. Part of our challenge is that there's a philosophy that music should be free. And so internet is used more for promotion. There's also the viability of commercial studios in question, threatened by the rise of home studios because everybody thinks that they're an engineer. And once you have a laptop and a couple of programs you can buy, you can make music. There are artists also looking overseas to earn an income via live shows and touring opportunities, but much, 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 much more of that needs to be done. Artists starting to gain earnings from online revenues, but absolutely very little in terms of a percentage that Jamaica earns from online music sales. And we're going to get a little bit more into that. But let me move to the gender dimensions. Gender socialization results in differential gender roles. So we know that there's a social context that we have to take account of. A social context that gives us expectations of women, the role of women, what women can and cannot do, how women should and shouldn't function, how women should and shouldn't earn, and how women should and shouldn't relate to men. There is, in light of this, an unequal access to power that we have to acknowledge, and it affects decision-making, it affects earnings, which is the critical point. Now, dancehall music, which is part of what is the most popular musical landscape for Jamaica, is a male-dominated industry. But so was reggae music, so was mento, so was rocksteady, and so on. We have what is a male-dominated industry reflecting very distinct roles for men. Even when you go into the context of a dance hall and you look at the space, part of my own research over the last 15 years has been looking at people and how they relate to each other in that space, called the dance hall. Men stand up in a particular place, certain men stand up in a particular place, and certain men do not stand up in particular places. It's very important that you look at these things. So there are ascribed gender roles that result in inequality, that result in discrimination in the dancehall music industry, resulting in lower participation and earning for female dancehall artists. But the gender dimensions are critical, especially as we just mentioned things like the Sustainable Development Goals out of the United Nations. These gender dimensions are critical because they are acknowledged, and I mean, we heard some of this in Jessica's presentation. At the granular level, employment for women ensures employment for other women and sustainability for families, which includes men. There is a way in which these are sanctioned, and part of gender mainstreaming has been determined by the uptake of women's rights and equality legislative platforms, national policies. In Jamaica, we have our very own national policy for gender equality, the Beijing Platform for Action, and a number of Millennium Development Goals around gender equality that affect Jamaica and that Jamaica is party to. In a very real sense, though, over the last year, I have been looking at music charts and paying attention to the number of women and reggae albums. I'm talking here about the Billboard reggae album chart. The number of women that have appeared in those charts. And in the latter half of 2016, looking at the last quarter of 2016, from a gendered perspective of the 3 weekly charts examined in the last quarter, only Joss Stone, Marian Hall, and Janine appeared with albums on the Billboard top reggae albums chart. Hence, we're talking about less than 0.5% of women. And Joss Stone is not Jamaican. You get that, right? Yeah, we know that. But that's just a gendered dimension now. Women across the board, 0.5%. And if we were to now reduce that to Jamaican women, we'd have less than 0.5%. So we can very clearly see what kind of male-dominated industry we have. And while singers or recording artists, that's not the only job. We can talk about women as venue operators, women as songwriters, women as singers, players of instruments, publicists, lawyers, marketing, promotion agents, booking agents, researchers, policymakers, engineers, licensing agents. We're talking about a wide spectrum of jobs available to women and that women have in fact taken up in the context of the music industry. But in terms of just the recording artists, we can see that there is in fact a major gap between what exists as recording artists on charts such as the Billboard charts. The other challenge, of course, is that in Jamaica we don't have our own charts. If you can tell me of a valuable chart right now that you are paying attention to, I'd be really grateful. That's part of our challenge, that our sector is not organized around international best practices anymore, to the point where we cannot determine what a hit is. There is no objective way of determining what a hit is, and I don't even want to touch that big P word, because of course payola has had a major issue, a major impact on that aspect of our business. So let me move on to some of the ways in which I've classified these challenges that women face in the music sector. We have some challenges that are structural challenges. There is no fund for creative industries, for example, right now, and this is something that governments have to facilitate. So at a structural level, there is the role of government, which we have to continue to lobby for. And I mean, forums such as these, where we have a Minister of Culture present, become critically important for advancing the agenda in terms of advocacy for these structural changes. There are challenges at a personal level. Access to resources. We heard the challenges at the personal level, even in the context of the panel discussion we had earlier. Just being able to be a mother, occupying the role of manager and mother simultaneously, those things operate at the level of personal challenges. There is no support system that is in place in many cases for women who are occupying significantly different roles in the context of earning in a music sector. There are industrial challenges. Some of these industrial challenges, the industry challenges, relate to organizations, the associations, the rights associations, the associations such as JARIA. We have many more associations now, and the organizing in the context of the industry very much present, but we need more of that. And in fact, some people might argue whether it is Java, JAMS, JFM, JCAP, JamCopy, and so on. These need to function better for some of our very own stakeholders. And there are national challenges. The perception in our nation of the artist. We heard Mikey Bennett referencing that this morning. The perception that as an artist, you need to, if your child comes to you and tells you, I want to be a recording artist, you're going to say, no, you need to go to school and go study law. You can't be an artist and earn the money, even when the very examples around us exist. That there are recording artists in Jamaica, out of Jamaica, who have made significant names for themselves, significant earnings for themselves, and are in fact supporting many people. I mean, I'm not saying the very parents are in the context of those begging, but some of these artists are supporting many more than their immediate families. People have no problems begging them, but they would still tell their children, you can't become an artist. The irony of it. So there are also global challenges, and I'm talking about the changing landscape of the music, the technological challenges, the fact that the charts don't represent our music. Some of the collection agencies, some of the associations, the charts, Billboard, companies like Billboard, they are not necessarily tracking all of the avenues for accounting for Jamaican music sales and so on, because of course some of us we are not structured in our business to access the points of sale tracked by things like Nielsen SoundScan. And there are philosophical challenges. I mean, it's wonderful that we had Carlene Davis here this morning, because some of the philosophical challenges surround religion, surround sexuality, surround gender. And we have to be able to move beyond those as barriers to progress in the sector. Dawn Penn, some of you would know that name. I hope all of you would know that name. Precisely, right? So Dawn Penn stated long ago that it's a male-dominated business. And she was very clear in her complaints about the reggae music sector. As a female artist, she felt disadvantaged in some ways because the music industry was seen by her and others as absolutely that big boys club that Jessica has asked us to acknowledge but simultaneously ignore and not have it as an obstacle. The role of Rastafari as a male-dominated movement having influenced reggae music is also seen by some as a constraining factor in terms of the perceptions of women's roles within the music sector. Women remain the topic of the music, but are not seen in any serious way to become the producers and the women who are in the business of the music. Females having an overly sexual image, that's also part of one of the challenges in the music industry, that it's not just the way in which the society and on a whole perceives women, but also the ways in which the very people who are men in the industry and also women in the industry perceive other women. The majority of recording artists are male. Women are usually assistants and occupying various roles, venue owners, and so on. There is sexual harassment, and we've heard that quite a number of times this morning. Informality, the lack of professionalization and professionalism, that's also quite a challenge that's emerging. There are some key questions that were asked by Dunn and Brown in a study done in 2015. They presented a paper, and the paper was constructed around some major questions, and these were some of the questions. So I'm quoting Dunn and Brown here. Is there equal participation of male and female popular dancehall artists in stage shows in Jamaica? No. Is there an income earning / wage gap between male and female popular dancehall artists in Jamaica? Yes. What are the causes and consequences of any gender differentials in participation and earnings? And those are some of the things we have to figure out. And some of them are social. We can't change them. Like culture, it takes a while to change these things. And we are some of the people who have to be the social agents changing these things. And what are the solutions for business and the industry? And some of the solutions look like these kinds of conversations that we have to continue to have. And I wanted to end with some very clear dimensions related to challenges and opportunities. Between 2014 and 2015, the University of the West Indies took on the initiative to stage a State of the Music Symposium. And in that symposium, the participants were very clear over the space of 2 days in each of the years to speak to the challenges being faced. And I wanted to share with you some of the context of that sharing. The Jamaican music economy, the old and new creative economy initiatives were mentioned as things to focus on. So the variables that were needed in terms of research, the variables include figures for sales. We don't have those figures readily available. Jamaica isn't readily mapped in those figures. Festivals and events. Some of the research that I have been doing, for example, on international reggae festival geographies and economies. What is the role of women in those contexts? Market share for and of Jamaican music. We need to know very clearly what that market share is. The geographical distribution and spread of Jamaican music. We all need to be very clear about those when we're looking at markets to penetrate. How do we get that information about which markets we want to penetrate? Do we always have to go in with guerrilla style tactics, right? Corporate investment, the business of getting investors is not only about crowdfunding, but do we have a role to play in terms of sensitizing the people in our very own space, Jamaica, to have them invest in what it is we do? Because this is the very thing, I like to talk about the fact that corporate Jamaica has a prostituting relationship with our music. They like to have our music in their ads on television when they advertise what they're advertising, but when you go to them and you say, oh, well, this very music is what we want you to invest in, they say, oh, really? No, baby, let's come back in 2 weeks. You know, it's the clarity and the confidence that we need to have, and some of that is really based in having the data that we must be able to present. So the research is a major component and a major challenge. The role of the interpreter. I remember very clearly Jeremy Harding in this session saying, the people who are creatives don't speak, whether men or women, they don't speak the same language as the people who are policymakers. They don't speak the same language as the people who are academics. There is need for an interpreter. Because guess what? The conversation between the academics, the creatives, and the policymakers has to happen. There is no way that we're going to know the challenges being faced by creatives if there is no conversation. And the policy is what has to be that framework, that facilitating framework that government must put in place to have countries like Jamaica, where the comparative advantage around the cultural and creative industries is massive, be transformed in a way that it can support the people who are a part of that industry. So the state of music education, following from the research that must be done, the state of music education was also something that was critical. And Mikey Bennett said it, and I'm going to leave it there because those were some of the two major things that emerged. The state of music education is so critical for us people. I don't think we understand. In Jamaica, you cannot find a performing arts school focused on the cultural and creative industries from basic school. You know that those things exist in the world? Why we don't have one? Why don't we have Edna Manley College for the Visual and Performing Arts, which is an elite institution in relation to teacher-student ratio? Why we don't have that at basic school? Blacker Ellis had to send his son outside of Jamaica because there was no performing arts high school in Jamaica. And where Excelsior High School and Glenmuir function as two possible entry points for students who have a predominant interest in the cultural and creative industries or the arts. Those two schools are not enough. Listen, when you think about Jamaica, the World Bank has already discovered that Jamaica has a high creativity quotient. You know, we talk about intelligence quotient. There is a thing that I talk about now as the creativity quotient. Jamaica's creativity quotient is high. If you were on a scale of 1 to 10, we would be 8. But we don't have things that support the things. You know how you have Olympics at the top where all the athletes from them go basic school, them are trained for go Olympics? What is our thing at the music industry? In the music industry, that is our Olympics. What is that? Did you say Grammys? It should be what? The top 100. Not just the Billboard, but even, I mean, when you talk about charts now, the international charts. And yes, we have some artists who have been focused on charting. But some will tell you charting is not important. I'm not interested in charting, I'm interested in sales. But why is it that the infrastructure that exists for sport, which is a model and a template for us, it doesn't exist for music? And I just invite us to think about that. And to each, let us come up with solutions for why it is Jamaica needs to have as its target ways for our children and our children's children and our children's children's children for them to chart an industry better than what we have today. Thank you. So I've come going to do now is to invite the audience here to give us, we're going to start a conversation. If you look on your program, it is about engaging the challenges in the industry that you face. And we were very much going to break up into groups, but we want to have it as an open session instead of breaking up into groups. And you can let us know. Do you feel that it would be better to have groups, or you want an open session? All right. So we're going to invite you. There should be other roving mics. I think there. So I want to take these 2 microphones to the audience. Is there anybody who can man these mics for us? I saw this. Not man. No, man, there's one here. Yes, I'm just hurry up. Okay. So we want to focus on the challenges that you are faced with. Don't think about anybody else now. What are the challenges that you are faced with that you want to share with us today? Because those are important for us to understand what opportunities available are available to you, or what opportunities need to be created.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
Hi, everybody can see me?
Yes.
Right, I'm Joy Fairclough. Musician, almost everything in the music industry and the arts industry I have done. I was trained in music, as my friend here, Joanne, from we were young. So there is a structure for private music teaching in Jamaica, just like sports, but in private institutions only. You don't really have it in the government schools. And I want to address why that has happened, as she ended on that note, the speaker. So well, you did very well. Thank you very much to hear a very good speech. I'm actually one of the few remaining people on the island who comes from the heritage of the freedom fighters. My whole family, the Fairclough family, is actually in the history books of Jamaica as people who built Jamaica from the foundation up. My great-great-granduncle fought beside Sam Sharp, right? Some of the generation of the Fairclough, some of them just died out last year, year before, but many of them did not stay in Jamaica. They went abroad and had their children go abroad. And even in my family, it's the same thing. Most people have migrated, my immediate family. So you find there's a brain drain. All of us went to music school. Every one of us had to be trained in the arts. And all of my contemporaries, every one of them were trained in the arts, in music, dance, drama. We came up in primary school doing it. We went to the JCDC competitions and won the golds. We were the ones trained, but they all migrated. Most of my friends are lawyers, doctors, and their children go in private school and migrated. So what we have is a brain drain, for one. What we have is an older generation that did not really, they were taken up in the survival of Jamaica. I must say that a lot of my people on my family side were taken up to just make Jamaica survive alone, much less anything else, right? So what they encouraged you to do was to, yes, train in all of these things, but you're right. We, at the same time, were not encouraged to actually become the artist. We were encouraged to play for church, play for social events, play for everything, sing for everything. Sing, not true, John? Sing everywhere, play everywhere, and I've done it here and abroad. And at the end of the day, they did not say to you, guess what? We encourage you to do that. As a life career, you must turn an accountant, a business person. So I'm actually an administrator of the arts because I have business subjects for that too, and computer studies and stuff for that. So that's what they encourage people to do. So you end up really not focusing so much to become the artist. So the artists are the people generally who have not gotten as much training as we have. We are the ones with the certificates and the degrees in the arts, and we are not the artists as seen as many people would see. True, Joan? See her here, she has a master's. We are the trained ones, and we sit down, and we've been with the artists, we tour with them, everything, and we're looking on and saying, wow, we don't have no infrastructure. Let's come back home and build it, right, John? Yes, that's what we said. We're coming back home to build it. And when we come home, we get a fight, because now we find that Ministry of Education, I've been in dialogue with 5 generations of ministers of education since I have been home. 5. And up to now, we can't get it to get the culture and music studies in from basic school or properly in the government schools. We cannot, with the latest thing they're doing, what we have been obliged to, is presently just to start a new curriculum with the arts in it. And the teachers are asking me, what am I going to teach? Me never train in this. So,
you know, this is very, very important, this conversation that you're having, because it implicates everyone. And it breaks my heart because I'm an educator myself. It really, really breaks my heart. And when you hear the music teachers come and talk about the fact that some of them are being asked to be guidance counselors. Music teachers in the high schools are being asked to teach accounting. There is no curriculum that is being specifically developed and implemented for the arts. Very, very important comment.
And probably what we could ask Jessica to speak to is what happens in the international arena.
Sure. So, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the States, in North America in general, we do have arts programs for children, but the funding for that is being continuously stripped and stripped and stripped away. And so it's been left to the private sector to raise funds for those initiatives. And by that, I mean we have great programs like VH1's Save the Music, which is built specifically to teach children and revive those programs. There's programs like Little Kids Rock, which is run by an investment bank investor who has sourced money to allow children to rent instruments, any instrument they want, so that they can learn hands-on. There's the School of Rock. So the point is, when government fails, what happens in most cases is that people, an uprising, kind of like the one in this room, gets together and finds alternatives, hopefully from the private sector or independently, but the buck never stops alone with just government. That's the bigger, larger play. And I imagine that things run a little bit slower because it's government, so there's red tape. And so that's a perfect opportunity, though, for this community to rally together and put something together and probably create some jobs in the process, too.
That's right. Okay, any other question? Yes?
Okay, as it relates to, well, from we've been hearing about the artists, the performers in music. Now my question is related to the administrative aspect of it. So for women and the challenges they face, we hear of the low pay or men getting more than women. But what other challenges?
We can hear you.
Sorry about that. What other challenges does the administrators, especially women, have in music?
Well, that's pretty much what we're here asking our audience to give us some details about their challenges. Yes? What challenges have you faced in breaking out into the music business?
Okay, so good day, everyone.
Good day.
My name is Raven Amani. I'm a recording artist. I'm also the creator producer for Jamaica's Best School Band.
Excellent.
It's thank you.
Excellent. Doing some wonderful work.
Yes, we've been in over 80 schools across the island, forming stage bands, working with music teachers. The challenges are many as I listen to Ms. Fairclough and to you, Dr. Naya. I am here just, yes, because I'm in there with the teachers. We've just extended the program to primary schools, and that's even more challenging. And so I just want to put it out there so that we can come together. That's why one of the primary reasons I made myself available to come here today is so we can network. Because as Jessica said, we can't really just wait, because this sounds like a long-term goal for us to have schools that would cater to creative children, youth, right? Even my son is a keyboard player, and he got kicked out of so many schools because this is just what he wants to do. And been trying to find a school where they would cater to his needs as a musician, a young musician, and it's very difficult. So we're trying to find alternative means to groom him and nurture him.
So before we go on, there are just two things I want to do really quickly. And the second thing is actually going to be making sure we get your question answered too in the back. So the first thing is, if we started a chapter of Women in Music Jamaica here, how many of you would actually want to be a part of it? Like, just be a regular member. Great. How many of you would actually want to have a hand in the programming that chapter does and actually leading it? Okay, everybody. And so I am happy to make sure that we have a chapter established here and that we give everybody here the resources, the infrastructure, everything on the technology back end to make that happen. I will say the only thing to note is that a chapter's success is solely dependent on the women that run it. And the only thing we ask them to do is to plan at minimum 3 events over the course of 1 year. One of those events being networking, 2 being educational. So it's not a huge workload, it's just more so a matter of giving you guys the tools and the official banners to go out and say, this is us, we are Jamaican women in the music industry, we're standing together, come one all who wants to come and participate. It's giving you that backdrop. So I think, maybe we can get JCAP to circulate the email addresses or do a sign up on Exit or something, just to make sure that I have everybody's information and can get you guys all memberships for free. No trouble there. And you'll be able to associate with everybody else too.
Yeah, in fact, Jessica, girls, I would say that we will be partnering with them because they already have a structure, right? And they have a secretariat. So it's wonderful that we would have something that will be off the ground, and also with the help of Dr. Stanley Nile to lead, and Rosalie Amatel to lead the process. And we are very much, as in Jamaica we say, hype to ensure that that chapter be a success as well.
Amazing. And so then I guess the second part is, because we didn't really answer your question in the back, how many of you in the room are on the administrative side that are still in the room? Great. So you guys in specific, do you want to take a moment to talk about the challenges you're specifically facing on the biz side of it? You can have that mic.
Well, for me personally, I am an attorney at law, but I have now transitioned into doing music business law. And in Jamaica, you have a lot of entertainment lawyers, but entertainment is a huge area. But in America, and you can correct me, you have music business attorneys, such like a Dina Leopold and various other individuals. So for me, it is also trying to find a mentor who is an attorney who does this. So that was one of the biggest challenges for me, as well as forums like this. You spoke about Midem, which you can always watch the seminars online, but it's a different feeling when you are there, just like here, and you can pose questions and also be able to get feedback as to what is happening in the international sphere, as well as how to apply it to your own Jamaican dynamic. Because what may be working in one region is not necessarily what is applicable to your own sphere. So that is, well, those are 2 problems that I am personally facing.
Thank you. Any from the administrative side? Did we want to just continue with the conversation in relation to the challenges faced by administrators on the business side?
I had the same opposite problem than her, because I literally am starting a whole new concept for Jamaica in doing what I'm doing, which is start the admin from the very start of copyright registration right out to the product end where licenses are developed and so on, and we follow up on those agreements. So what I've had to be doing is getting in touch with lawyers, because I have found the same problem that a lot of the lawyers don't know anything about music law. And so,
know, like, basic, like, copyright 101?
That's a major problem. So I'm glad to hear a lawyer saying that she's encountering the same problem. And then the other administrative problem is that I had to literally talk to CMOs in the CMO language. I'm bilingual. So I had to talk to them in their language and then translate it back to the Jamaican public. So I've opened up a information office with the Java office in association with them. Because it's too, as I said, the language is different. When you know the word executive producer, when I spoke to people in UK, they said rights holder. When I spoke to the American company, they said sound record owner. And in Jamaica, we call it executive producer. And when I turn around, I say, hello, people. All three of you are saying the same thing. And they were amazed that we use the word executive producer. I had to actually explain it to PPL and Sound Exchange and explain it back to our people here. Can you imagine that?
So you're trilingual.
Yeah, it looks so. And then I had to also explain to the people in France, because I studied in France a little, so I had to speak French there too and translate it again. So we have a major language barrier problem, because in Jamaica, patois, I tell you, maybe I reach near over 50 types of patois already. And then add all the other nationalities that are here and how people talk. And everybody come with a different way of saying the same word. So we have a language barrier, serious language barrier.
And so the point I made about needing an interpreter between different people operating in the business, in addition to the policymakers and so on, this is underscored by this point. Anyone else on the administrative sort of business side that wants to share their challenges? Pam?
Yes, on the administrative side, I work with Joy, help her when I can, in helping artists, especially those from the 60s and the 70s, to get some royalty movement. Many of us come into the business and we have no idea. We just want to sing, we just want to be a star, whatever. We have no idea about the business side of it. And so there's this huge knowledge gap. There's this huge number of artists, many who have never collected any royalties. So we try to help, and I tell Joy, I said, Joy, you cannot finish this work, okay? Joy wants to help everybody all the time. Joy, you cannot finish this work, but it will finish you, okay? So we try to help people to understand, because the more people understand and are able to manage their catalogs, then the easier it is for everybody. It's easier for us, Joy and myself and the team of us who help other artists and writers and so on. It's easier for the CMOs in Jamaica as well. And this is why I've referred to my pet peeve this morning. My pet peeve, for those who didn't hear, is that university, School of Music, they do courses having to do with music, but they don't go into this end of it enough. People leave School of Music and they have no idea how to collect their royalties, how to claim on their music. And this is very, very, very important. And I'd love to throw that challenge out to the university. You have reggae studies. You have people learning that. Let them also be able to help people in this area. Because, as I always say, we need an educational system. Our educational system is based on the slave system, where people are leaving school with not even literacy skills, much less any skills, real life skills to help themselves. So I would love to see some kind of effort being made to teach people more about intellectual property, to teach musicians about how to follow the money, where to get it. We cannot keep having somebody like me who's been in the business over 40 years. I have to work. It's a huge job that I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life, and maybe my relatives after will do it, to find stuff that I've worked on and to claim on it and that kind of thing. We need to be able to teach the newer people now coming in how to manage. When you only have 3 songs out there and you learn how to manage it from now, then it's not just a huge job. It's not like we have pages and pages of songs handwritten by artists from back in the 60s and we try to trace all the music. Artists now, performers, artists, writers, should not be going forward in this same manner. And the way it is set now is the same thing that's going to happen, right? We need to be narrowing that knowledge gap. And for me, that's a big, big, big problem. I need to see school, even a school like EXED, that's teaching people who are the users of the music, you know, hotel work and entertainment and so on. They also need to have an idea that, okay, you use music, this is what you do. You get your license, this and that. So both on the user end and on the creator's end, we need to increase this knowledge. And it's so urgent. You have people out there who are suffering. They're ill. They are poverty-stricken, but they could get some royalties if they only knew, if they only had an idea of what to do. And every time there's a forum like this nowadays, I talk about it. And I will continue to talk about it. But it's really, really bad. Now for myself, speaking for myself personally, I have been doing it on a limited basis, but I have been doing it. And to show you how useful it is, about 3 or 4 years ago, I had a problem, a back problem, sacroiliac problem. And I could barely walk at the time. And I was like, no, I'm not going out like this. I want to regain my mobility. And you know what helped me? Those liquor royalties. Every time I was going to the therapist, I went to the bank, took out just enough, changed the foreign exchange, and went to the therapy. And that is what took me through this. Now you have people with much more severe health challenges who have royalties out there. We need to start narrowing that gap. It is really, 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 really urgent. And both Joy and I have spoken to various institutions about it, and nobody seems to take it seriously, you know? So that's my challenge. It's a challenge to me, and it's a challenge that the nation faces because money is just going out. Uncollected, you have statutory limitations, money gone. It's ridiculous. We need to do something about it.
All right. On the, what we're talking about, the admin side, the CMO is totally admin, with knee-deep in admin, swimming in admin. So I want to ask the first question, and this is in terms of earnings. How many songwriters in here know about notation? And I'm talking Joy now, nor Pam. How much of you know that when you sing your song, if you do notation, that's another stream of royalty that you can get by joining Jam Copy? How many persons know? Don't know. So the thing is, and why we targeted the younger generation, those like who was on the forum, the panel talking, these are the things that they need to know. And as Pam said, the knowledge gap. Your manager might know it, you don't know it, right? These are the things that you need to know. A lot of young person coming up, they don't think about joining a CMO because they just want to hit. But the fact of the matter is, as ministers say, you don't have to sing your own song. You might have written your song, but somebody else can take it to the next level. You didn't register the song. And the person go and say, oh, but it's my song. The manager says my song. How are you going to earn? So you have to know, you have to get in the know, to know what it is about the business of music. And it's a teamwork. So you'll have your manager, etc. But when he speaks to you, you are in the know. You can also educate that manager or that lord, whoever. But you have to get in the know. And the CMOs are here for you to do that. And this is one of the challenges that I find sitting in my office, even with my staff, some questions that when ladies come to us and ask. Sometimes the manager come and say, but me, Kara, go to the studio and sing the song, so why should she be the owner of the song? And the lady don't know that she actually owned the song. And we have to call and say, but why is it your manager registering the song in his name? And you are the person who wrote the song. And she said she didn't know. Okay? Yeah, man, there's notation. Joy, that's what they teach. I will speak to you about that side of it, jam copy, because a lot of the big songwriters earn. Lyric Fine pays out a lot of money. House publishing company, once they use your music as sheet music, then you earn. And it's just to know what notation is. Okay?
Pam wanted to say something, yes?
There's another side of it too, which I mentioned this morning. If you do a CD and you publish your lyrics, the song lyrics would have been published, and you'll get royalties from jam copy. That's another income stream. Of course, if you do your notation, you can do your notation. Joy has done a book of notation of songs. That's another income stream. But the easiest one is to put your lyrics on
the CD,
because then your lyrics would have then been published, and you can get a little thing from jam copy. So, you know.
Which is proper labeling, right? Proper labeling. And that also goes for when you're sending your CDs to the radio station. A lot of time I get called. When we get the logs and so forth, no name, no artist. We only got a CD and we play the song. So we don't know who to pay. Right? That is also another challenge that we have, a very serious challenge. Because a lot of us women who are in the business depend too much on your managers to make your money for you. You need to take it in hand, and you need to know what you are doing.
Can I just follow up then, Lydia, your question to the songwriters just now? Can we hear, Jessica, about the challenges being faced by songwriters here? Yes?
One of my...
and I'm sorry, we didn't ask persons this from the very beginning. We should have. Please tell us who you are when you begin to speak. Yes.
Hi, I'm Carrie-Ann Morgan, a.k.a. Carrie Star. To backtrack a little bit, I just want to say one of my things is there needs to be a bigger respect for real talent. Real talent. Not just the person that can afford to pay Piola. Not just the person who's brave enough to have sex with all of these men. I'm being serious. If I'm guilty.
I think I call that bravery.
No, hold on. Honestly, there needs to be a bigger respect for real talent. And I'm not saying that somebody can come in and they can be on this level and they can seriously want to to go to the next level, work on themselves, go to school and be the artist that they crave to be. Now, my father was a musician. He was an artist and he played the guitar. Now, I used to have experiences of him coming home and just arguing and just saying, yo, I don't respect talent and look how I'm talented and have some people. And growing up, I used to say to myself that I was never ever going to be that person. I respected my father a lot. I do respect him now, his soul rest in peace. But as we spoke this morning about confidence, so we don't have real talent, come with confidence, a confidence that nobody can break. Because if you have real talent, you're not going to start real talented now. You're going to start at a level and you have to work on yourself, you have to work on your dreams, you have to work on your craft to reach to the next level. I am not even halfway where I want to be, but, you know, I come with the flavor. Because and this is going back to where you guys said about basic school, the arts being in school. I started the arts from micro-practicing from I was in I would do the prodigal son while I was in 3rd grade. Now from micro, I realized that this was what I was going to do. But my teachers always gave me a hard time. They were like, you're not come to nothing in a life. Because all of their music room, you're there drama room, you're there dance room, you're there cheerleading. Now come on, and all you people in the administrative area, push for this to be in school. Push for the teachers to respect talent. Because not everybody was born to be an A student. Not everybody is born to be an academic and intellectual. But we all have an academic side to our brain and we have an artistic side. No, I was not bad at the academic side, but I know from all age school what I wanted to become. You understand? So there needs to be a respect for the art, and I don't know what we're going to do to reinforce that, because there is in a little way, but they don't. I don't think they respect what it has done for our country, what it can do for our country, and what it can do for us as individuals. Because I think the Creator gave all of us a talent. No, it don't must have to be in performing arts. It can be in construction or whatever. The Creator gave all of us a talent to help each other, to feed each other, you know, and for that circulate to a bigger market. You know what I'm saying? Artists come back, except to Buju, for example. I grew up, a part of my life was on Reddy's Road. I grew up seeing Buju sending umpteen people to the stores when he came back from tours sometimes. You know, that is supporting people. So I think we get our talent to feed, to help, to do this job that God intended us to do, but we don't realize it. We think that it, we get a song and we start playing on the radio and our head start get big. You know, we don't realize that we get this talent to serve humanity, and it can bring us from one level to the next, and that is where I come from. There needs to be a bigger respect for the arts and a bigger respect for real talent, not just the people that are brave enough sometimes to go out there to get the money to pay for the music or to do whatever it takes. There needs to be a bigger respect for talent, or real talent, and that is what can be used to change our society from being a third world country to a first class country. Kerry Star, thanks.
Thank you very, very much, Kerry. I mean, I don't think we can say that any better. Real respect for talent and real respect for real talent. And there are some persons who will say to you, well, you know, everybody's definition of talent and everybody's appreciation of talent is going to be different, but there are some things that we know objectively define talent, all right? If we had real respect for real talent in Jamaica and real respect for the arts, Raven Amani would not have any problems. She would have the money she needs to invest in that program, developing bands in high school and basic school and primary schools. We would not have those challenges. All right? Yes?
Hi, I'm Keisha Firm. That's my artist name. Keisha Reynolds is my name. To pick up on what Kerry Star said, and I forgot the name, sorry. Jessica. Yes. The whole thing for real is, well, normally when in the music industry, I hear it's 90% business and 10% talent. That's what they tell you most times. The other saying is, close your mouth and open your legs wider. That's the other one. Yes, it's there. Yes. The challenge to me is that why is everything like everything just has to be, everybody is like sex sells. What about who don't want to sell sex? That's one part of it. What about who just wants to, as she said, do the music because that's what you want to do? That's your talent. That's where you come out here for sing something, make people feel good. And if at the point where you want to sing with your head covered from your toe, from your head to your toe, and you don't want nobody see you, that shouldn't be an issue because them supposed to listen what you say. Instead of you have to strip or half naked somewhere along the line or whatever, which I mean, to each his own. But at the end of the day, why it forced by everybody? You understand, especially females. And a lot of the people in the industry who say, oh no, females don't have to be naked, trust me. Especially the man them are not true. Them on glass say it for your front. I can tell you that. Personally. When them tell us say, you don't have to be naked, lie them I tell. Them same one want to see clothes come off, and you come as studio half naked. So, me not work with that one day. The other biggest problem is for real, the school, they're educating kids with arts and things from basic school. I always look at competition in other countries, like overseas. And when you look at America's Got Talent, I don't really see them as say a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old can accompany it. And then you got some 5-6-year-old where sing some note when not even the big 35-year-old or they can't sing it. Jamaica don't nurture talent. That's one of the major things that I realize. And I am so happy for all of the people in this room that is willing to share information, because before MIR, which is the UTech program, I have been searching, and I mean, I ask every single soul when me buck up in and knowing that the industry for some form of help and how to get your songs copyright and how to do. Jamaican people on a whole tend to hide information. That's why we are not as educated as we are supposed to be. They hide it because they feel if they give you, you're going to come become or surpass them or something. And I always say, and I don't know if I'm wrong or if it's the wrong people that mega point out. I always admire the Chinese or whatever they call Japanese. What them name? Chinese? Yes, whatever they are. It's like, them live by tradition. Like, if I know this, the next 10 generations supposed to know it and work with it and carry it on, and it just end up become something big that evolves into. And that's how them survive. You understand what I mean?
Nobody like Aishan and I need to talk about Miss Lou as close as tablecloth. Because 10 generations from now, they're supposed to know that.
You understand what I say? So, give thanks to the people in this room that are willing, and I have to give thanks to Prof. and Uncle Mikey, honestly, for the MIR program, because if I never for that, I would even know how to go to JCAP or how to do this or how to do whatever. And more people need to share more information. And I understand that some people young and them head a little bit light and them not really want to know. But for the people that are interested, stop hiding information from us. Because if you hide it, we're not going to know. And if we are fair, run up and hence why a lot of people ending up start swapping favors, because them things say if them do the favor, the person are going to do this for them. And then it end up don't work out and you say manager rob them and this a person do this, and because there was no information and nobody sat them down and said, this is how you go about that and I'm your manager and this is what happens here and blah, blah, blah. So that's my thing. All right, thanks.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think what's happening here is that we're having this spark. Like, this is the spark that will then carry on, hopefully, to the other women here on the island. And you guys will be the ones to go out there and say, hey, look, you're coming up, here is your split sheet you should be using to document all of your rights ownership. 1 page, easy, have everybody sign it. Here's my blog post about how I did my copyright registrations or how I did my JCAP registrations. You should go, buddy of mine, go check out my blog post. And then that's your opportunity for all of you in this room to share that information and become one of the people that the organizations here locally look to when they have panels, when they have things going on. Content sharing for us in the States is huge. And I don't mean content like our songs. I mean the infographics and the one-pagers and the articles. Like, here's the top 8 things you need to do to like do your tour properly. Here's the top 5 things you should do as a new artist starting out. So maybe it takes a concerted effort for all of us to kind of get together and say, hey, here's the information that we need all new artists to know. Let's put it on a one-pager. Let's put it up on Twitter, put it up on Facebook, and get it out there. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep having these workshops like this, and only like a 0.005 of the population will
That's
actually
right.
know the information.
Because one of the things we're discussing here, I mean, the reason we're here is about capacity building. We shouldn't walk out of this room and think that we're going to be the same people operating the same ways that we were operating in yesterday. The surest way to achieve nothing is to do exactly the same thing you were doing yesterday, today, in the same way.
My dad always had that expression, crabs in a barrel. When you see crabs in a barrel, one gets up and the others just pull them all down.
Right, and we talk about that a lot in Jamaica.
Yeah, no more of that.
No
We're gonna
more of
change it
that.
here.
And the capacity building around women becomes important in the very ways that we've been discussing earlier, because we are now going to be charted with the responsibility to educate others. We in this room can no longer, like tomorrow, get up and decide that we are not sharing any information, It goes like that, Once we say those things, the words out of our mouths become powerful. We cannot tomorrow decide that we are not sharing any information with somebody. So capacity building, it has personal responsibility embedded within it. So I saw Savannah's hand up, and I saw your hand up. And okay, Natalie.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Let me get up. All right. My name is Aisha Bell as an artist. I used to work at JCAP one time in the membership department, right? And I used to work at the Observer before I came back and started the music. And when I came in the music, I was in a group called 4th Street Sister. But right now I operate as Aisha Bell. All right. The thing is, for me, I'm a little jack of all trades. I try to master as much as possible, but I know for myself I need a whole heap of help. Because for years, I've been helping a lot of people, but then I don't have the persons around me that have the same knowledge base that I have to really help me go forward. All right, I have several releases overseas because I recognize something. Coming out of 4th Street Sister, I learned some do's and don'ts. And I kind of took another road instead of the traditional road of marketing myself online as Aisha Bell. So a lot of persons in Jamaica don't know me on the local scene, but I have releases in Europe. I have vinyl releases in UK, Switzerland, a number of other places, right? But my thing is coming home to really find the team I really need. You understand? I'm putting it plainly as is. But what I find is the skill set is missing. And the persons who can do it, their hands are full. So it is a situation where some of us who have been in the industry for a while, and for me, music is really something that wakes me up 2 o'clock every morning to write a song. So it is not about bossing. It's just expressing. It is therapy. You understand? So I want to take it further than just singing. I want to be of help. So whatever I know, I want to share. So I'm looking for persons that I can share with and who can share with me. So I think I'm in the right forum. Long time I don't come to any meetings. So I make sure I come out my house and come forward. And I enjoyed your presentation. You said something. We have a sector, not an industry. Because what is happening, I'm going to share a little thing. I grew up in a family that are Christians. If you're singing gospel music, you are welcome with open arms. If you're doing reggae music, you do boogie music. When you go to school, I went to Catholic school where there is no arts program. Nothing. I went to Alpha, and I can tell you that much. There was no arts program. So you find yourself navigating like in a maze, not knowing what to do with yourself. So one of my main points right now, I need to learn to negotiate. Another thing I need to learn to do is to deal with contracts. Right, right. So I'm happy to come forward.
Yes,
and Miss Fairclough, Miss soon come see her, please. I'm just trying to master some little things, then I go on to the...
We have a whole series of workshops for you.
On the 29th, managing and understanding contracts will be held, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you and more. The women are now going to take over. I don't want to see more men in that room than the women. I'm throwing out that challenge, okay? On Monday as well is the business of music. I'm throwing out the challenge. We now need to stand up, okay?
We need to fill up those rooms.
Yes, well, my name is Savannah. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I act from time to time. Or just started acting, to be honest. Yeah, I want to add to what Aisha said and what's your name? You, Keisha, and even, Carrie Star. Yeah, I didn't have any kind of music support growing up. I grew up in Westmoreland. Went to basic school, there was no music support. Went to primary school, there was no music support. And then when I came to third form at Manning's, that's the first music class. Well, that's when they had started offering music classes, and I was very good at it. But then even after a time, it was discontinued, so I was completely left alone. Like, if I wasn't in love with music and was kind of given the gift of music and just singing every day and just being a nuisance to my mother in the bathroom, like I don't think that I would have developed in this way, like my voice would have developed in this way. So yeah, that support is needed, and I'm very grateful for Ms. Fairclough and this wonderful woman over here, I forgot your name, that you're establishing these foundations. No, it's really important. One thing that I've come across though, being a young musician, upcoming, and kind of like getting a little bit of visibility, right? It's like if you don't have 100,000 followers on Instagram, you're overlooked. If you're not carrying a certain amount of clout for yourself, because an example, I was lumped over to one of the bigger booking agencies in the world with Protege, right? Now, Protege obviously is it's a completely different league than I am. One of the top reggae stars out of Jamaica. But because of this, because, obviously my music it's decent, people like it, I'd say I'm very proud of it. I think it's good, but people might think it's just decent. It don't matter. But my point is that, because he has that clout, that, recognizable face, that the following, the numbers, the records, he's immediately seen as, okay, this is somebody that can make me a lot of money. So my thing, because I was writing down the points actually, hold on, is where is the connecting for smaller artists? So the people with like the 25,000 followers, like the people who aren't quite there yet, who are gaining, or the 5,000, or the 15, or the 10, or just where are those in between agencies? Because then you have the mom and pop agencies that they get the low hanging fruit. So you have the Europe reggae booker, and you can always get shows through that. But where's the in between? Where's the not the UTA where they're like the top of the level now. They're the biggest booking agencies, and you need to be carrying a certain amount of numbers and having a certain amount of visibility for them to appeal to them. But where's the in between where you don't want to be typecasted as just reggae, because your sound is much more than that. It offers a lot more
Like, you feel me? Like, yeah. It's a mixture. It's a mixture. So where would I, for example, fall in? Yes, I do have reggae influences, but how is it that I would connect to, like, anybody know Georgia Smith? Daniel Caesar. Okay. All right, fine. But no, basically, they are upcoming soul music performers. They're not necessarily just one thing, you feel me? And they have that support in Canada, in the UK, in America, I've recognized, where they're able to start opening for each other, and there's that, like, relationship. So where is that for us, and how do we connect to all of that?
You just hit the word, though, which is the answer. It's the
What?
relationships.
Yes, but how do we establish those relationships?
It's
Because
like coming to forums like these. Because
I'm
it's
trying
part of the
to-
networking. It's the net, because as you were talking, and I immediately hear me in my mind, has she performed at Rotterdam Sunsplash yet?
No,
I
not
need
yet.
to tell Sabrina.
Okay.
That was nice.
Cool.
Just like that.
Yeah. No, that's dope, and I appreciate that. But
It's about the networking and the relationships that you develop. That's definitely part of it.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I'm not a performer, so my experience with this is very, very limited. And maybe it's worthwhile for there to be a panel or a webinar or something about how DIY artists have done it, because it is a journey, and I'm sure they have very specific things, like what happened before I hit my first 100, what happened before I hit my first 1,000, et cetera, et cetera. So that may be something that this community does, off the bat. But you're right, it is almost always relationship building, and just realizing that these things take so much time to, like, put into practice and to make happen. It is a long, long journey.
Okay. Thank you.
I know, I'm super impatient too. I want everything now. But
No, I believe in patience, and I believe in things happening at the time that they're supposed to. But then it's almost also used as like an excuse for you not to do the work in a way. Because there's, yeah, man, work until you get there, work until you get there, work until you get there. But then there'll be opportunities that could exist even while you're working, and then people are just like, no, but keep working until you get there. There's no real, like, research, you feel me? It's kind of like, okay, we'll wait until you get your first 100, and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think, like, distribution's a big part of that too. So it is part, like, doing the legwork, but also having the right research to help you out. And nowadays there are so many tools to help you gain followers too. Not the fake ones. You don't ever want to pay for, like, fake followers, but ones that actually care about craft and find you through different distribution channels that way.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I also wanted to share for anybody who wants to, like, learn about maybe improving songwriting or just song tips or music tips, you can go to Coursera.com. It's COURSERA.com, and you can, like, sign up and just do little tests. It's like weekly, and just improve yourself in that way if you're interested.
Phenomenal resources. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Savannah.
Yeah, Coursera actually offers many subjects, so I try to use it sometimes. So people, please access it. It's free. The other thing is, she said problems with artists, that artists are having a song, and I want to include what songwriters are also having, as you mentioned. Threats. It's the biggest thing in Jamaica, threats. THREATS. Sorry about it, I have a clue.
Threats.
Yeah, kind of burned my tongue, so sorry about that. It's really bad. We've had people who have actually been killed over their songs that they wrote. We've had people who are running for their lives out of somebody trying to take over their royalties, saying that they're going to put somebody else to sing them song in the recording studio. And so they're running for their life because man threatened them. We have problems of women and men. It doesn't matter who. Once you're a songwriter or an artist, this is what's going on. Threats. So, we're trying to figure out now how to handle I know many of us in the societies are trying to educate the managers and the recording engineers and so on as to what the real process is so that everybody don't feel like, it's all about money, right? So everybody don't feel like they won't get a share. But it's still a problem, a major problem. So how do we address that, eh?
Just to break it down, because I'm in that, I am where I can know of that. What Joy is basically saying, somebody will go and register your song if you were the musician, because he said, oh, but he paid you to play.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell them all the time, but you don't have the person's intellectual property. You don't know what they play. You don't know if they played in B, C, or C sharp. Unless they assigned it to you, then you don't own it. And that's the knowledge gap that is there between managers, producers, and the songwriters. And that's what Joy is talking about.
Yeah, and just to riff off that internationally, especially if you're looking for distribution or if you want to get into sync licensing or if you want to have sub-publishers publish your work around the world, you can't do any of that unless you first sort out your copyright and split sheet situation. And so as you're recording, that, that may be the card that you play. Hey, look, we're going to do this, and if either one of us want to get paid, we have to have this conversation now about what you own, what I own, get it down on paper, because we can make this song and spend our money, but it's not going to go anywhere, and we're never going to make it back unless we take care of this step first. You want to have those awkward conversations at the beginning, because they're probably less awkward to have than later when someone's trying to kill you.
So generally speaking, we're talking about the professionalization of the business that we practice. That at every level, it must be, I mean, somebody on the platform earlier were talking about something, and they said they did it and I just noted in my brain that they did it in the right way. And it's that, my sister is a lawyer and she guides me. I would be in jail a long time. But my sister tells me, make sure you're in the right all the time. And guess what? I don't want to embarrass my sister and have her come to court. It's just about being professional. In every sector, there is best practice that we must observe.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll probably cover it in the contract section, but a split sheet is literally one page. It just says, my name owns this percentage, I played this role, this is my CMO. Your name played this role, this is your percentage, that's your CMO, everybody's address, and then signatures. So my company, Cosign, which launches next month, does that for free. There are a couple other things you can use, like a song splits or a split sheet, or honestly, it's like so basic. You could download a template off Google and just use that.
More resources for us to know about. Next question?
So, just to...
Not question, sorry. Tell us about the challenges.
Essentially, let me start. Abigail Gardiner. I'm a lawyer, but I've worked for quite a long time in film, and my parents are creatives, so I grew up, in a studio or in a band room very often, watching the creative process, not even recognizing what I was seeing, history in the making, but at the same time, coming full circle, falling back on songwriting. And when I say falling back, I should probably use another word, drawing on, because I find it such a powerful way to speak to social issues, working in communication. You spoke about the importance of split sheets and just the basic conversation. And I've been in a situation where I've had to mediate a number of cases where people don't have those conversations, or they try to have the conversation, but it's interrupted because, studio time is expensive and they've got to, move. You've got to move. Somebody else is in the queue. And I think one of the things we need to do is insist on our rights. It's one thing to know your rights. That's the first place, so sharing of the information. But when you get to a place where you're so comfortable in and of who knowing who you are and knowing your worth, that you can't be moved, you can't be swayed, you can't be persuaded not to do certain things. Because I think as a society, we generally have a problem with following the rules. That is something that is so embedded in who we are, from the Coromantins, as they claim, were the, rebels. We still find that people are always trying to break the rules or bend the rules. So if we collectively decide as women, as professionals, to hold to the rules and to put forward a new standard or a new paradigm, then things will have to start to shift. The other thing I want to say is the value of music training and theory. So many of our musicians don't want to play from theory, don't want to play from score, don't want even to really learn how to read music. I don't know, how many of you have had that kind of training. I must say that when I was having it, it was a struggle for my parents. But now I am grateful because I can look back on it and connect the dots. It's so essential. You can play by ear or you can, sing by ear, but having that ability to interpret music by reading it, by writing it, it's essential. So, as we develop these programs, these training programs, we really need to put some emphasis on that. And that is where I think a lot of people in the overseas markets have the edge over us, and how they can manipulate us sometimes because you don't really know the extent or the depth of what you have because you can't document it.
You said something important in the context of capacity building, which I want to emphasize for us. And that is the fact that if we are developing ourselves to a certain level, the fact is many of us are mothers, many of us will become mothers, many of us will become mentors, our mentors, and we can in fact share the information that then trickles down to generations to come, right? It's very, very important that women actually have the capacity to transform society in ways that change the children and how their own outlook on the world. Somebody else with a mic.
I am. Good evening. My name is Mary Isaacs, and I'm a recording artist. I lived in New York for my younger years. I started out with a band, and then I went into recording as a recording artist. But I just want to cover a few things. These workshops are just great. I know Jerry has had some. I know JCAP have had some. And as a female artist, and I am a little disappointed to see we didn't have a bigger turnout, especially for the artists who are out there who can share, the younger artists who I noticed that everybody is now focusing on the younger artists and forgetting about the artists who have been around for a while. I'm here because I've had many challenges. When I was in New York, I was sometimes labeled as Jamaica's, I had a hit song called A Little Bit of Heaven. And it stayed on the chart for quite a few weeks. And I was #1 for 6 weeks on WLIB, which was the primary radio station that played reggae music and soca. And I got invited by a lot of the Caribbean promoters, and I was labeled the only real Jamaican coming out to perform. And I used to open for a lot of the big Jamaican acts. So when the opportunity, so I was doing good in New York City. And when the opportunity came for me to come back home and work from Jamaica, because, coming from Yard, you get more respect in America than you are in America, a Jamaican working in America. So when I came back home after several visits to Jamaica to record my second album. Now, when I started to sing, to do recording, I never thought of contracts. I just wanted a record out there. Because I was coming from a band, and from a band, you were just front line. So you don't want to bust out be an artist. So I never signed any contracts. So I've never received any royalties from that #1 song. And so when I decided, no, I'm going to take the bull by the horn and do my own. So I produced my own album. So I came to Jamaica 7 times to do my second album. And so when I decided to come back home now, I'm coming back home with a new album made in Jamaica. But when I came back home, I didn't get the same kind of treatment that I got in New York City. And it bust my bubble. I wasn't going to pay payola because I've never paid payola, and I'm never going to start. And I tell you, it really crushed me until I just gave up singing for a while and started cooking. And then I lost my money there. And then I met Java, Jamaica Association of Vintage Artists, and then gave me back a little life, a little more of the love that I was missing, that I used to get in New York City. And to this day, I don't think that I have made the impact that I wanted to since I've been back home. Now, I know I think I have the true talent, that what she's talking, but I'm not going to compromise. I'm not going to do the sex thing. I'm not going to braid like what Minister said that Colleen had to do, because I'm comfortable who I am. I'm not going to turn a Rastafarian because you have to have the faith. I'm not going to jump on the gospel bandwagon because I don't know how to testify. I am brown skin.
You're a comedian, though. You have everyone laughing.
No, I am an artist, and when you're an artist and you're a performing artist, you must know how to liven up yourself. Okay? So I sit back and I think about it, and I've talked to people in the industry, and I said, I think there's prejudice in this industry because if I was of a darker skin, and if I had dreadlocks or decided to wear wigs or wear shorts, I'm a long skirt person. I'm not a Rastafarian, but I love my long skirts. And I love my shawls. And I'm not going to be voluptuous on stage. Why can't I be who I am in this industry? Why do I have to wear shorts and pretend to be somebody just because this is what the industry wants? Why can't you accept me as Mary Isaacs, the simple, humble girl who's now married to a farmer? I'm not married to anyone in the industry. I have a record, meaning I've sang at Madison Square Garden. I've sang at Brooklyn Academy of Music. I've sang at the Apollo Theater, all as part of the diaspora. I've sang with the Mighty Sparrow, Arrow, King Shortshirt, all of those guys. I've sang with Aswa. I've sang with Byron Lee, the Manhattans, and whatever in New York City. But here I come home, and I'm not getting the love that I used to get somewhere else. But guess what? I'm not giving up. I've joined Java. I've joined Jaria. I've joined JCAP. I've joined Jams. You name it. She can tell you I'm at every meeting that I can go, and as many workshops as I can. But I have to work 9 to 5 in order to pay the bills because music is not paying me. And when now they ask me to sing, they're giving me $5,000 for 3 45-minute sets.
5,000 US dollars?
No, right here, sir. Right here,
Just
sir.
checking.
And I've taken it. And I've taken it because I love the music and I want to spread the name Mary Isaacs.
So the
and
same.
I sit here and I listen to this and I just, and my husband always say, how come you can't get the same kind of money Beanie Man get? I don't sing dancehall because, guys, it's a special art that I don't have and I'm not going to pretend. So what I do now, I sing jazz.
I'm sitting here and I'm saying, oh my goodness, there is a niche for you, Mary.
I sing jazz.
You sing
and
jazz.
You just said you're going to call someplace in somewhere. Spain, but you wouldn't call the Spain for me.
No. I'm sitting. You can't tell me. No. I have to stop you right there. No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Because she has a record out that you hear and you know of. But you haven't heard mine, and I have 3 albums.
No.
But I'm just saying, this is how I feel.
That's how you feel, and I want to address exactly what you've shared with us today because what you've said is important.
3 albums.
Yes.
And I can't get airplay because I ain't gonna pay for
Mary, the fact is that let me tell you something. And I know you know
about struggles.
No. I know you know this, but I'm going to share with you from somebody who has lived in Jamaica all my life. I've only been out of Jamaica for 2 years. Why aren't you getting what Beanie Man gets? Because of currency. It has to do with the flavor of what Beanie Man represents in a Jamaican context. In a Jamaican context where the population size is not enough for you to have your own niche. This is just logic now, okay? If you were in Ghana in a population of 15 million, completely different story. But this is exactly where I was going for you. I'm saying that Mary Isaacs has to find her niche. And it doesn't matter whether you're 15 years old or 75. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. And because I am connected internationally to some of these networks, I can immediately say to Savannah, oh my God, I can see the people in an audience at Rotterdam Sunsplash enjoying your music. They have enjoyed so many other Jamaicans. Because I've never heard you, immediately before you said jazz, I heard jazz. Before you said, I'm intuitive by the way, for those who don't know. Before you said jazz, I heard jazz. So there is space for you in my network. Is all I want to say for you.
There used to be that space. I mean, there still is. It's just contracted. It's called cabaret. And the hotels
took it over and mash it up and imported other people.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say. How basically what is happening is our market, because many people have not been able to raise the bar or continue to do what they do. That's the excuse we have been given why they are importing musicians. That whole issue of quality and training comes back to haunt us because they turn around and especially, I have nothing against a particular set of people, but we have a lot of Cubans that are in the hotels working as musicians. And they are trained musicians and they are quality musicians and they will work for a lot less than our people will. And the other thing is that, I'm not dissing anybody, I'm just saying the reality is that when we're operating in a global space, because Jamaica has become a part of WTO, Jamaica has done a number of things that don't necessarily serve Jamaican interests best. But because we're a small island, developing state, open economy, we have had to make compromises. And culture is one of those things, that you can actually manipulate. And I don't think we've done it very well. And we have opened our doors and they come in, and at the end of the day...
Some of them without work permits.
Well, as for that issue, although I hear that there is no more monitoring and regulation. You hear lots of bits and pieces, and as I say, I work within law, so these are issues that we are dealing with. But the other thing I want to say is that we have to be our own best, we have to be our own best advocates. We have to come with the quality, and we have to stick together so we can, that whole thing about trade unions and how you have the power of bargaining when you are a collective. You can do so much more in settings like this, or through settings like this, or through JCAP and Jam Coffee and Java than you can standing as that voice in the wilderness. So just wanting to say we need to take back our cabaret.
And I think that's an important segue into why it is we need to become organized as women in the industry, and the role that a women in music chapter in Jamaica can play for us. Last comment?
Good evening again, everyone. In relation to what Ms. Faircroft said in relation to threats and songwriters, for me personally, and thank you, Jessica, in relation to the split sheet. The split sheet is the first point of call, but another very important aspect of it is registering your copyright. So even before you get the rhythm or whatever it is that you're working with, do your copyright protection and register it either with JIPO or the Library of Congress in America to make sure that that is done. So if there are any challenges later down the line, you can always present your certificate if you have to go to litigation. Now, as it relates to Savannah, meeting that market of your up and coming. Now, I think for our generation, the Reggae Revival is a wonderful template, because what they did was that these group of individuals leveraged the following of themselves as well as other artists to basically say, okay, I like a Protege. That means that when I see a picture with Protege, then I'm going to see Chronics, then I'm going to see Kabaka, and thereafter it exposes you to new avenues. Now you have venues such as New Waves. There's a setup at Hillcrest. There was Jamnesia at one point. And one of the things that I think we have to do too is to create our own shows. The same way that Protege has done for him, the same way Calissa has been doing. It's a part of that. So in terms of finding other up-and-coming artists, just like yourself, because right now you are one of the figures of that new cohort. Just the networking is one very good aspect of it. Right. Well, and in relation to Mary, definitely I take that. In relation to Mary, you have to change create your own narrative. Lauryn Hill was completely different when she was coming out. So was Erykah Badu, India Arie. So stay true to your authentic self. And I know, trust me, your story touched something within me, because it's a hard road. And compromising to that extent, when it goes against who you are, is a no-no. Stay true to your authentic self.
And I was reminded by Joy to say that Karen Smith is the new head of JFM. So we have another powerhouse that can represent us in an area that we need, that the artists need representation. Okay? What we're going to do now, Pamal is going to speak. Then we have had a producer, an artist manager, a veteran in the industry who has been with us for all day. So he's going to do a 1 minute on his take. Then I'll hand right back to our lovely consultants who will do the take, or we go forward and wrap up.
A couple of quick things. As a part of my thrust to capitalize on what I already have, the fans I have, the catalog that I have, I was trying to do more PR. So I wanted to do something. The person I'm working with was suggesting that I do ear training or voice lessons online. But I don't see how much could come out of that. After a while, it's just going to be repeating. So you gave me the spark, that knowledge thing, the forms, the this, the that, all the stuff that you need to do. I think that's what I do. So my announcement is this. Ta-da! I'm going to be doing some of that stuff.
There we go. Thank you for doing that.
Mr. Thompson will give us a 1 minute.
1 minute, thank you very much. Sonia,
Yes.
what Mary has not told you about Mary. I used to manage Mary when Mary just came back from America. But what Mary has not told you about Mary is that Mary, as you are seeing Mary here, mash up the last 12 Tribe of Israel show with a bag of Rastaman on it. And get
Very
the most
lovely.
reviews.
So there's yet to come some networking that Mary is not aware of yet.
No,
so by tomorrow she's going to get some calls.
No, Mary needs to follow through. But there are other things that in life now that stop her from following through on this. Because you see, ladies, what you have to realize that unlike the men, there's a timestamp on the ladies. Right? And I know you're not going to agree with me.
As perceived by men.
No. Here's why. You see, after a certain time, apart from being a singer, an artist, and a performing artist, most women want to become a mother. Most women want to have them family. And most women, hold on now, that takes some time out of your life. And when that takes a time out of your life, for you to go back behind it. While a man, he will soldier on in the studio forever and ever and ever. He will soldier on the road forever and ever and ever. Until him find a little niche and he can do some things. But the women now, after a while, them have to now start think another way. And that way is not music. That way now is family. And family now takes another segment out of them life that them can't dedicate to the music no more. So there are times that is what slows them down also. And sometimes, to tell the truth, women get frustrated by the sexual advances. And sometimes the women don't really put in as much as them should have really put in. And them should have put in as much. They don't. I can tell another story with me and Mary. Again, Mary just come back from New York. I said, Mary, you need to be doing certain things. And Mary says, no, I could not do that. This is like about 20 years ago, you know. And I said, well, boy, Mary, I don't know what to do that, you know, because I said, this is what you can do for break into the scene. Without paying piola, without doing all of this and without that. No. And one night I go in a little place and I hear a little voice and mash it down. And I said, I know this voice. And when I go in the corner, I see Mary doing exactly what I told her to do 20 years ago and she never wanted to do it. Now, I find to that women sometimes, when them figures of them reach a certain level of the business, them don't take no advice no more. Them just try to chart them own case and them try to do them own thing. Another classic example is my friend. Raven. Raven is a nice little singer and thing doing her thing, but she also has one of the best school bands projection in the Caribbean. Not just Jamaica, Caribbean. And I said, Raven, these are the things you need to do for me. And Raven now get up like a young baby. So therefore it grows at the level that Raven wants it to grow at. Whilst if she really sit down and take advice from some other people and run her thing, should have been probably bigger today. One day I said to a man, say, boy, you know so and so, Raven little thing I go on and I'm going like that and that. And you know what the man said to me? I'm going to do the same thing too. And him is government backed. So I'm coming now on a Raven line now with a bag of money, which Raven don't have to support the thing like that. And all I'm saying is, ladies, like them say, Alexandria Love tell me, say, boy, she have a little Friday night thing that is going on around the corner. And she about herself plus some other little artists. Now, it's the same way Chronics and them come out by congregating and doing them thing till one day, time to see them face and you have to let them through the gate, you know. Right? So she's doing that. So a lot ladies can take a lot of initiative to do a lot of things and make it work. And when Mary mash up the 12 Tribe show, with all of the bag of Rasta man them up there, remember me tell you, a lot of people were shocked. And she got the best reviews and she got everything else. But after that, I don't know what she do after that again.
So I'm going to take the first.
That was the mayor's perspective. Yeah. So the consultant is going to counteract that now.
Yeah. So there are a couple, maybe more than a couple, things that I want to say about that. The first thing is...
They'll turn it up.
Yeah, yes. The first thing is, with all due respect, the notion that a woman can't fully carry on her career after she has children is ridiculous. It actually doesn't make sense. Well, just give me a second, because you had your time and I'm going to have my time now. So, in 2017, it doesn't actually apply as much. And so I actually, offer this thought. How come nobody ever asks a man, oh, what are you going to do when your baby comes? What are you going to do when you have this child? What happens if you want to have a baby with your wife? How are we going to ever do work? No one ever asks the male that. And so the notion that this needs to be something that's hung over women's head does not need to be a thing anymore. And it's something that we collectively, as a community, have to come together and put out there. Yes, I'm going to have a baby. You know what? In addition to my baby, I also manage 80 people through WIM, manage 20-something chapters. I'm a startup advisor, and I do 3 other things on top of that because I just don't know how to say no. Separate other issue, why I can't say no. But the fact that I'm going to have a baby one day should not diminish my ability to work or my capacity or how I'm respected or treated or talked to. So, that's what I have to say about that. And I truly love and respect Mary for having the courage to come here and state her situation, state her problem, and so eloquently and hilariously, because you are a comedian, share that with us. I don't think that anything anybody has to say about that or any dampering that's trying to take place should derail you from continuing to pursue finding your niche, or niche, depending on how you pronounce it. So that's what I'd have to say to that.
I think I would underscore those points, and I would say Delroy, right? Yes. I would say to Delroy that it is part of what capacity building it is part of the capacity building that is required. That when a woman decides to settle into having children and being even 100% responsible for that process, a man can say to her, hey, so what happened to the partner? Why does this need to be 100% your responsibility? So that where there's a community that's sharing and being responsible in that capacity building process, the village takes over in the process of that family and child rearing. Do you see what I'm saying? So that, in other words, 10 years ago, we would have had those conversations. 20 years ago, we would have had those conversations. 2017, what Jessica is trying to say, and which I completely agree with, in 2017, the young artists in front of us must be having a different kind of conversation. That work is not mutually exclusive from having family. They are not mutually exclusive at all. I finished a PhD in 4 years, just the same, and I was having 2 children. And it was when I was finished racing to the finish line that I realized that I finished it in record time. That's just my story, but not every woman is like that. But there's a community that is around every woman. And that's what we have to become responsible to.
Right. And I don't want you to feel like we just beat up on you, because that kind of happened. But yeah, there are lots of opinions and there's lots of room for improvement. But the goal of what these workshops are is to have that conversation, is to include the men and listen to that perspective. But now you, having heard, what the consultants have said, what the younger generation has said, what the older generation has said, what's collectively happening in this room, now it is your responsibility to intake that, see how you feel about it, and return back to the men and share what you've learned. Because that's the only way that we actually affect change, is by making the conversation inclusive, but also coming to a consensus about where we are as people in 2017.
And in Jamaica, remember, we occupy a particular kind of social context in our own country, right? We have gender roles and stereotypes and women who are made to feel that they can't function in particular ways, they can't dress in particular ways, they can't articulate themselves in particular ways. So our social context is unique to us, and we have to operate with that always in mind. But in terms of the way forward, which is what I want us to concentrate on now, because I know we have time constraints in the context of this room that we have booked. We have heard a lot about the challenges, but we've also been sharing today with each other about resources. We've heard of Coursera courses. We've heard of split sheets. We've heard of potentials for networking. We've heard of Rotterdam Sunsplash. We've heard of ways in which a chapter of Women in Jamaica can, in fact, become a catalyst for changing the narrative around women and work in a music sector in Jamaica. We've also heard of the challenges in relation to education, music education. This is one of the things that's very close to my heart, that I shouldn't have grandchildren who cannot attend a performing arts school in Jamaica and experience something that they love and be, typecast in some other context as children who need Ritalin because they are so, hyperactive, and all they really want is to be challenged in a school system that might include the performing arts. Those are things that are important for me as a Jamaican. And I think that they are important for you too, but that the catalyst that a Woman in Jamaica chapter might be able to help with is to solidify efforts and funding and resources around a school bands program that Raven Amani has been championing. And yes, Raven, you need a team bigger than you. You need a microphone. Zero.
There's 0 school bands in our school. It's been a work that is ongoing, that we have to go into the schools and actively be in there forming bands in these schools.
Right, but who are you working with? The question was, you need a team to work with.
I'm working with established musicians such as Lloyd Parks.
Mm-hmm.
I've had Mr. Frankie Campbell from Fab 5. I've been to number of meetings at Daria. And the word we've been constantly spreading the word throughout the industry for music. Recently, we had Raging Fire coming on board, and they've committed to helping us to raise funds through.
So you've been in an incubation period,
yes,
in a sense, so even as the program is growing, and I want to enlist the support of those who are here and those who are online listening, watching, that we might, in fact, put some effort into this, because it's one of the things that might solve the challenge of children who are in schools who cannot access music education in a sort of general public sense. They might be able to afford going to private music lessons, which is what is made available to them. But that the bands, emerging bands out of primary schools, secondary schools in Jamaica, high schools, might become a way for engaging. I remember in my high school there was a band. Lord bless that woman, Vivienne Diokoro, who was my music teacher, and my head couldn't take no music. But the fact is that the effort was there to develop a band in the school, and there are students who actually learned and did very well. Why every school not have that in Jamaica, and we produce the most music in the world? Per capita. No, but let me tell you now, strategically, listen to this word, strategy. Strategy means that you find an influential person to be your champion and your voice. That is what is required, Raven. And I know that you've been at it. I've seen you. I know that you've been at it. But the strategy suggests, the people who are successful, they know you need a champion and someone who is going to be your voice. Because you know what they do? They invite influential people to their dining table and tell them to take out them checkbook. And them write check. That happened right here in Jamaica. So we need to be able to share that kind of information and to mobilize. And that's what I see a Woman in Jamaica chapter being able to do, is to help us to better organize, professionalize, and mobilize. Oh, you already have a...
Unless you want to just give me 2 mics just to go at it.
Sure.
So in terms of next steps for starting a Women in Music Jamaica chapter,
There are a couple of things that I think collectively maybe the three of us will start chatting with internally and then take it to our girls over there who are running the girls program.
Right.
And then open it up to the floor for anyone and everyone to come aboard and join and figure out how best to move forward as a collective. There are a couple of roles that we designate generally, an events role, a fundraising role, communications role, and a membership role. And the beauty about where women in music is right now, in terms of labor and resources, is that we give an abundance of training to anyone who wants to launch their own chapter in a region. So it's not like Women in Music says, here's our logo, go do whatever you want. There's lots of different structures, processes, policies, and things that we do on our end to make sure that a launch is successful and that we're servicing the community. And that's the biggest part of it. We want to make sure that we find exactly what this community needs in terms of programming, and I think we've gotten it today for the most part, and then start funneling resources towards it and getting local buy-in from the organizations here to support that chapter. Because we can sit here and talk all day and we can have the same 30 people come to the same meeting over and over and over, but we're not actually affecting change. So it's really about finding the growth strategies to spread the message, to spread the education, to spread the ability to come and network here. So we'll take off from there and see how we do.
And when we come back to you, because you've shared all of your details with us at the registration desk, if you haven't, please do. When we come back to you about this Women in Music chapter in Jamaica, Women in Music chapter, don't say you're tired and you're busy. Okay. That's just a warning. That's a warning. That's a warning.
Will you come with me to all the new chapter launches and do that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
See, I already have a job.
New job. New job created right there.
All right. Now, if there are any burning last words, if they're, speak now or forever hold your peace, but it's over to Lydia Rose, our good managing director of JCAP, for her to have the last word.
Well, I just want to say thank you to all you beautiful ladies who came out and for the gentlemen who supported us. A lot of persons had to leave because today's our birthday, but we're thankful for those who came in the morning as well. And we had a fab day. I'm not even saying fabulous. A fab day with all of us being here. It's the first it's happening in Jamaica. And we wish to continue. And I'm so glad and proud that we had the targeted attendance that we wanted. I know it can be bigger, but bigger is to come. We had to start small. And our initial grouping was 30. And we had 46 throughout the day. So we exceeded our target, and we have had a real fab day with us all sharing, and we will continue to share. I want to say a special, and I pause, our consultants, Dr. Sanya Stanley Nair and Jessica Sabro. We would not have had this day if it wasn't for them. They have done extremely well, and we just want to give them a gift of our appreciation of the fabulous work that they would have done. And I'll ask Christine Lewis to come and do it on behalf of the rest of our colleagues.
Jessica, thank you. Well, both ladies. To the left, Ladies, thank you so very much. I don't think I can put in words how much this forum, your contributions have done, not just today, because I know that you've been working at this for years, as well as we all know Dr. Nair and her work and her contribution in also documenting what has been happening in the industry. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so very much for your contributions. Definitely looking forward to what comes after, because this is not a kumbaya session, ladies. This is beyond that. This is us coming together and mobilizing for active change so that we can actually see progress, even if it starts small, even if it starts slowly, sooner or later, the pipe is just going to start running fully and freely. Ladies, thank you so very much. Miss Rose, thank you so very much for having us. Thank you for helping to spearhead this. Your team, thank you so very much. I'm grateful to have been a part of this. On behalf of all of us, thank you. So your husband will be happy. Wonderful.
Really about all of you. You know, it has really been about all of you. I mean, I don't know how to say over and over and over again that this business of capacity building, I think maybe I should share this story. Let me share this story. This has been a pet peeve of mine, and it relates very much to what we're doing today. When you think about the feminist movement, the birth of the feminist movement in the United States, the women in that movement started out with a different capacity than the women who would have started or picked up on that feminist movement in different countries in the world. And that's something we don't recognize. That the people who develop something, they start out from a different place with a different capacity. Reggae music will always have its home in Jamaica precisely because we start out with the soul of that music. Nobody else in the world will be able to really have that soul in the way that Jamaica has. And that's why the people who perform reggae outside of Jamaica, legitimacy for them resides in how much they can be loved in Jamaica. Mary said it. And I think it's the same thing when it comes down to music education. We start out at a different capacity. We are not where the center of the global music industry begins and ends. We have to catch up with them. We have to catch up with them. Yes, we have to catch up with them. And the race is swift. Things are changing in front of us. Technologically, things are changing. But we still have to catch up. And we know that as Jamaicans, we can do it because we're little but we talawa. And we can run fast, like Usain Bolt, when the time comes, metaphorically, figuratively, anecdotally, any way, Ali, we can do it. So I wanted to just share that with you, that even though we are starting out with different capacities, this is why we have forums like these. So you must leave here today, and you must tell others in your network about it. The other workshops begin on Monday, and I'll just have Lydia tell you about what's coming next. We started to share some of that earlier, but as the month progresses, there are other workshops.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay, so as we say, it's a capacity building, right? So we have started out gender focused, and I know in today's world, gender is male and female, but we're going back to is women. So our gender focus is women. So we started out the first seminar series with our lovely ladies. So that means that we are leading from the front. Okay? No pun intended. And what we're saying is that come Monday, as I've said to you, we are now going to have the fundamentals of the business of music. And you see that knowledge gap that we spoke about? We're having Chris Coke from the UK who teaches fundamentals of music. And then we'll be having one of our own again, Jeremy Harding, who has been in the music, right? He has his success stories. And for those who want to know about how he guided, because when Sean Paul started, he was coming out of school knowing nothing. And Jeremy was the one who charted his way through the industry, and a lot of others as well. So he will be taking us through the fundamentals with Chris Cook. So I expect to see everyone there. I expect you coming here today. I'm sure you didn't expect to get what you got. I'm sure you didn't expect the experience that you have. You weren't coming here knowing that it is. So I'm glad that you have that experience. So you're not going to go over the weekend. Understand, we might have some rain, but rain or shine, you're going to tell the others that they need to come. Right? It starts Monday. It will be at Spanish Court. starts at 9 o'clock. Okay? And we need to make the effort. Black man time, it didn't work for us this morning. Right? So we're not into that on Monday. We need to make the effort because it's for ourselves, it's for our capacities, for our knowledge, everything that we do. Because we can't say after all these seminars that, oh, we haven't done anything for the women or the men. Because this is what this is about. We sought funding for it because we saw the need. Jessica came. We are now going to start a woman in music chapter in Jamaica, right? Which is what is going to help us to go forward. Okay? And on the other side, the males, they will probably get enough from what we are doing and get jealous to start doing something of their own. Okay? But that is what we will be about on the 29th of August. So we're not going to lose momentum or focus. I heard someone say they want to know about contracts. We're going to have Eleanor Rosetta, a professor from the UK, coming to speak to you about contracts. We're also going to have our own again, Natalie Courtesy from the UWI, to guide us through how we should handle performers' contracts, songwriters' contracts, and all the challenges that faced. And I'm saying for all the artists, songwriters, everyone in this room. Before I said the managers think they know, well, we go and train uno. We go and teach uno what it is so that uno understand, you all will understand what contracts are about, what being in the music business is about, so that you can assist them. Or when they say in Jamaica, we say, when you're saying something to me and I know it don't make sense, I can teach you. Okay? So we are on capacity building. Our last seminar is going to be accessing international market. And from that seminar, we're going to take a grouping that will hopefully will be able to go to WOMEX this year. If not WOMEX this year, it will definitely be WOMEX next year. And also in that section, we are going to be doing business plans. Right? So it is all of these seminars is teaching seminars. As Sonia said, is not these seminars are not to socialize. These seminars at the end of it is going to be capacity building, training, learning, right? With an end game that persons will be able to take their goods to the market. That's what these seminars are about, all right? So hopefully I'll see you all on Monday with others. The room should be packed, all right? And as I said, the men should not outdo the women. Thank you so much. Enjoy. We have another coffee break because a lot of you will be traveling far. It's over there. Just go on network and enjoy and have something to eat. Thank you.
Ooh, na, na, na. Ooh, na, na, na.
Oh, for Monday's Spanish court. Please remember.
I have found a four-leaf clover. So lucky, I swear, to find you around here. And is it foolish to think that you are perfect? I will not keep it to myself. I'll start to chant, I'll sing and then I'll scream it. So I'll chant it from the east end to the west end.